The following is a production of Hometown and Home Country Radio Sports.
Here's the motion by Hansen and the 1-2. Ground ball towards the right side, and that one gets through to right field for a base hit. Aiden Ulrich wins it for Algona, and the Bulldogs have taken control of the North Central Conference. One pitch. Flaherty's taking off. Swing and a miss. Throw to second base by Ulrich. It's on target. Tag is down, and they got him. Ulrich throws at the runner at second base, and Slagle pumps his fist on the mound. Garmin's 0-2. Swing and a miss for strike three. The Algona Bulldogs are one game away from the state tournament. As there's a hard hit ball towards right center field. That could be a gapper, and Free is racing back. It's over his head. Alsbecker got a late break. He's on his way to third as the ball is still out by the fence. Alsbecker will be waved around third base. Heading to third right behind him is Garmin. Garmin's being waved around as well. One run scores. Here comes Garmin. Inside the park, home run.
Video streaming on the Algona Radio YouTube channel is brought to you by Algona Municipal Utilities, community owned for community benefit. Kemna Auto Center, where it's not just about the car, it's about the care. Iowa State Bank, helping people succeed. PMC Advantage Insurance Services. Having the advantage makes all the difference. And Algona Frame and Auto Body. We meet by accident. Now, here's Hometown and Home Country Radio Sports Director, Tyler Lance.
Live here on Home Country Radio, KLGC, and the Algona Radio YouTube stream, it's a bitter North Central Conference rivalry tonight as the Algona Bulldogs visit the Humboldt Wildcats in a key conference showdown late in the regular season. Good evening once again, everyone, from Humboldt, Iowa, where the number 6 ranked team in Class 3A, the Algona Bulldogs, brings a 16-3 overall record and a 10-0 mark in the North Central Conference into this match with the Humboldt Wildcats, a 16-5 overall record and an 8-2 mark in the NCC. These teams last year, first and second place in the North Central Conference. These two teams, the last two champions in the North Central Conference, and the Algona Bulldogs, with a sweep today over Humboldt, clinched the outright conference title for the second year in a row, but won't be easy, like I said. They face a Humboldt team that has compiled a 16-5 overall record on the season, has the number 1 scoring offense in the North Central Conference, and will try to break through against Tate Slagle and Aiden Ulrich on the mound today in Algona's doubleheader against Humboldt. Well, we're here live from Humboldt, Iowa on a cloudy night. We're doing whatever the opposite of a rain dance is, hoping that the rain holds off for us here, as some threatening clouds are off in the sky, but we're going to try to get this doubleheader in here tonight, especially because Tyler is sitting outside tonight, so he's trying to stay dry, and we're trying to keep the equipment dry as well. But as of right now, just a little windy, just a little cloudy, and we hope it stays that way here for a bitter NCC rivalry between the two top teams in the conference. But a good test to start off the week, especially after a lot of rainouts as of late on the schedule, so definitely want to get this one in, see some really good pitching, two of the best lineups in the conference as well, all go at it here tonight in Humboldt. Looking at the starting lineup for Algona, it'll be the center fielder Dawson Elsbecker leading things off, Tate Slagle, the pitcher, bats second, Tate Garmin in left field hitting third, Aiden Ulrich behind home plate batting fourth, Aiden Engel, the designated hitter, bats fifth as he'll bat for the second baseman Brooks Coolman. Ryan Weir at third base hits sixth, Jackson Eischen at shortstop batting seventh, Mason Ulrich at first base hitting eighth, and Levi Walker in right field batting ninth. For the Humboldt Wildcats, it's Mason Van Pelt at third base batting leadoff, Isaiah Busick at first base hitting second, Valley Davis in center field batting third, Griffin Grote, the designated hitter, batting cleanup as he will bat for the second baseman Kyler Sirks, Keegan Grote in left field hitting fifth, Cohen Matson, the right fielder, hitting sixth, Chase Hansen on the mound batting seventh, Avion Sutterfield at shortstop hitting eighth, and Jackson Flaherty behind home plate batting ninth for Game 1 for the Humboldt Wildcats. So the 16-3 Algona Bulldogs and the 16-5 Humboldt Wildcats coming up next after these messages on Home Country Radio KLGC and at the Algona Radio YouTube live stream.
More sports club members.
Lusher Family Dentistry, serving your family since 1965 on Call Street in Algona.
Algona Plumbing and Heating, where a good flush beats a full house.
Kasuth Regional Health Center, your home for health care.
Walker Chiropractic and Wellness, caring for Algona, Sway City, and surrounding areas with chiropractic, nutritional, and physical therapy services.
Reeves Wicked Good Bar and Grill, for wicked good food, drinks, and service, you gotta go to Reeves.
High Point Land Company, your trusted land partner in Algona.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
Thank you to these sports club members bringing you this game on Hometown Home Country Radio.
CB Grain Solutions, satisfaction guaranteed.
Dump It, Kasuth County's local and reliable waste service provider for commercial and residential customers.
Albert Electric, flip the switch to Albert Electric.
Billy Offerman, your State Farm agent in Algona. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Greg Penning and Company, certified public accountants where everyone counts.
Daylight Donuts, open early with delicious donuts and great coffee.
All bringing you this game on the radio. When you need cash on the go, there's no need to pay a surcharge fee with MoneyPass. Iowa State Bank is proud to be part of the MoneyPass network of surcharge-free ATMs found nationwide. Look for the green and blue MoneyPass symbol on over 32,000 ATMs across the nation. Or find an ATM near your vacation spot or travel destination at MoneyPass.com. MoneyPass, another way that Iowa State Bank helps people succeed. Member FDIC.
And back here in Humboldt, Iowa, where two North Central Conference rivals go at it here tonight for a doubleheader on Home Country Radio, KLGZ Algona, 98.5 FM, AM 1600, and the Algona Radio YouTube stream. It's the Algona Bulldogs visiting the Humboldt Wildcats, as today in Game 1 of the doubleheader, Humboldt turns to the right-hander as they'll go with Chase Hansen on the mound for this one. Hansen has pitched in 5 games this season, 4 of them starts, his record 4-0. He's pitched 24 innings to the tune of an 0.88 ERA, 31 strikeouts for Hansen, only 7 walks, and opposing batters hitting .222 against the Humboldt Wildcats sophomore. Humboldt's ace is Isaiah Busick, and it appears that they are saving him for Game 2 of this doubleheader, something that they've done throughout the course of the season in NCC doubleheaders. Hansen in Game 1, followed by Busick in Game 2, and it's helped Humboldt get out to an 8-2 record in the conference. But as I said, the stakes here tonight, if Algona gets a doubleheader sweep, they will win the North Central Conference title outright for the 2nd year in a row. Humboldt was the champion in 2023. They won the conference title outright with a 14-0 record that year. Algona last season, they had a 13-1 conference title, and they won the conference last year outright as well. So these two teams, the past 2 conference champions, getting ready to square off here tonight in Humboldt. Well, your game time temperature is 77 degrees. There's a breeze blowing straight out towards right field where that Wildcat scoreboard is, and that is a brand new scoreboard as well, by the way. In fact, so new, this is the very first game that it debuts here at this Humboldt Wildcat ballpark. Now, according to the weather app on my phone, it says rain expected to start in 23 minutes, so let's all hope that that is incorrect and we get this game in here tonight and everyone stays dry. Dawson Elsbecker, the right-hand hitting sophomore, stepping in to lead things off for Algona with a .355 batting average and a .487 on-base percentage. Hansen rocks and delivers, and Elsbecker pops the first pitch up towards the left side. Foul territory. Van Pelt into foul territory, makes the grab, and Elsbecker retired on a first pitch foul out for out number 1 of the ball game. Defensively for Humboldt, it's Flaherty behind home plate, Van Pelt at third base, Sutterfield at shortstop, Sirks at second base, and Busick at first. In the left field, it's Grote. Center field, it's Davis and Matson in right field as Tate Slagle stands in for Algona. A .548 batting average, .636 on-base percentage for Slagle as he takes a mighty cut and misses at the first offering from Hansen for strike 1. Tate Slagle this year, 4 homers, 23 runs driven in. His 4 home runs are tied for second in Class 3A, and his 34 hits are also number 2 in Class 3A, as is his .548 batting average. Slagle watching, and that pitch out of the zone, and count evens at 1-1 from Hansen. Umpires for tonight, Kent Jorgensen, Bryce Hamilton, and Corey Kuhlman. Hansen works first base side of the pitching rubber, winds and fires, and that is upstairs to Slagle for a ball, 2-1 count. Humboldt Wildcats tonight, the home team, they're wearing the white uniform pants, the blue jersey top, and the script Humboldt in yellow on the front. Here's the motion in the 2-1 pitch. And the breaking ball just off the front shoulder of Slagle. Count goes to 3 balls and 1 strike. Wildcats, as we said, they have the white pants. They have the white hat as well with the blue H on it. Some yellow trim on the side. And that pitch is going to stay inside the Slagle. Hansen fed Slagle a steady diet of breaking balls that time. And the Bulldogs senior draws a 1-out walk to start things off. And now we'll see Tate Garman come to the plate. And great to see him in the lineup today for the Bulldogs. Garman's only played in 4 games this season, has battled some injuries, so in that number 3 spot, trying to add a little pop and speed here this Bulldog lineup as Hansen is forced to the stretch for the first time today. Wildcats have the gold jersey numbers on the back of their uniform outlined in white. Slagle leads off at first base. Hansen, short kick in the pitch. It's a high fastball, ball 1 to Tate Garman. Garman of 4 hits and 10 at-bats in his brief playing time thus far on the season. Algona, meanwhile, they have white pants with the red stripe down the side. The red uniform tops for Algona with Dogs, D-A-W-G-S, written on the front and underlined. As that pitch is inside corner, called strike. Count even at 1-1 to Garmin. It's a script lettering that's in white for the Bulldogs. White numerals front and back of the jersey outlined in black. As Garmin climbs back into the box of a 1-1 count. Garmin hits right on top of home plate, holds those hands low in the batting stance. Hansen looks towards first base. The Humboldt sophomore with the hands letter high. Holds and delivers. And Garmin blasts that ball high in the air, pretty well hit towards left center field. Grote tracking it back. Grote into the gap. He leaps up. He can't make the catch. The ball's off the fence. Slagle burning around third base, and he will be getting a late stomp sign right there. Tate Garmin with a drive to left center field. Welcome back to that young man, and boy, is that a welcome addition to the Bulldog lineup. And that was a slight misplay in left field by Grote. He drifted back, and he stopped a little shy of where the ball was. He thought he was out of room. He thought he was at the fence, but he had a couple more feet to go. If he had taken a couple more hard steps, he makes the catch on that, but he stopped a little shy of the fence, and he jumped a little bit too early, and as a result, that's a one-out double for Tate Garmin as Algona threatens early in this ball game. Hansen will go back to the windup as Aiden Ulrich steps in. Ulrich, the senior, batting .265, 2 homers, and 16 RBI for this Bulldog team. That leads the conference with a .313 team batting average. Pitch in the dirt and smothered behind home plate by Flaherty. That one skipped in there, and Flaherty prevents us from being a 1-0 game. Well, foul territory here at Humboldt. Pretty normal amount of space behind home plate, but it is an expansive foul territory once you get into the outfield. The 1-0 pitch. Ulrich watching, and that one bit upstairs, maybe a bit in, and the count goes to 2 balls and no strikes. But Algona as a team, they lead the conference in batting average, on-base percentage, slugging percentage, and OPS. 2-0 pitch. Ulrich watching, and that one is down below the knees, and a count 3-0 from the right-hander, Chase Hansen. Algona's batters also strike out the least in the NCC. Bulldogs only striking out 96 times this year compared to 105 walks. 3-0 pitch to Ulrich. Ulrich watching, and that one's right down the middle for a called strike, 3-1. Aiden Angle on deck for the Bulldogs here on this cloudy and windy night in Humboldt. I don't think there's a whole lot of left-handed hitters in this game, but any lefties will benefit from the wind here tonight. Ulrich a little chopper towards shortstop. Sutterfield charges, he'll take the sure out at first base, and he does retire Ulrich for out number 1. But the run comes home to score for Algona as Tate Slagle touches home, and Bulldogs take a 1-0 lead in the top half of the first inning. So it wasn't the extra base hit maybe that Aiden Ulrich wanted, but it does bring home the first run of the game for Algona, and that's all the coaches say, just put the ball in play of runner at third base and less than 2 outs, and it's tough for the defense to record an out at home plate. So RBI for Aiden Ulrich, his 17th of the season, and now Aiden Angle bats. Angle watching that first pitch above the letters for a ball. 1-0 count. Aiden Angle on the season with a .269 batting average, 11 RBI, .339 on base percentage as Angle watches the off-speed pitch flutter into the zone, and the count evens 1 ball and 1 strike. Angle has the sliding glove in his back pocket, the black arm sleeve on the front shoulder as Angle watches, and that one is a fastball right down the plate for a called strike, and count goes to 1-2 on Angle. The key for Hansen and the rest of the Wildcat pitchers, you've got to mix speeds and location on the Bulldogs here as Angle cuts and he misses for strike 3. That was a beautiful off-speed pitch, and Angle is retired for the final out of the inning. But the Bulldogs do break through. They get 1 run on 1 hit. They leave one runner on base, and it's 1-0 Algona, moving to the bottom of 1 from Humboldt, Iowa, and on Home Country Radio, KLGZ.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
Signworks Inc. For all your signage needs and printed apparel, stop in or call 295-9544.
New Way K&H Co-op, delivering exceptional value through knowledge and innovation.
West Bend Ford, meeting your service, new and used vehicle needs.
Tom Eischen Sales, your store in the country, carrying steel and Toro products and Green Mountain pellet grills.
PMC Advantage Insurance Services, insuring our neighbors for over 80 years.
All sponsors of this game broadcast. High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
American Glass. For all your glass needs, think American.
Farm Bureau Financial Agents Dave Beisch, Daniel Foth, and Michael Tull.
Chemco Tires. They're all you need to know about tires and service.
Wykert Realtors, the 515 Agency, a fresh approach to real estate.
Grassmasters. Growing satisfied customers.
Iowa Lakes Community College, your community, your college.
Glenn's Green Thumb. From a small seed, something beautiful will grow.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
Algona 1, Humboldt nothing as we move to the bottom of the first inning here in Humboldt, Iowa, and on Home Country Radio KLGZ. Algona senior Tate Slagle getting the ball for Game 1 of this doubleheader. Slagle on the season has pitched in 6 games, 5 of them starts. His record a perfect 4-0. 28 and a third innings for Slagle, the Bulldogs senior with an 0.74 ERA. He has struck out 75 batters. In fact, that is tied for first in the state in all classes. He has only walked 14, and the opponent's hitting 0.76 against Slagle, the Bulldog right-handed pitcher. Well, Humboldt down 1-0 as Aiden Ulrich gets the early RBI groundout for the Bulldogs, and we get ready to play here in the bottom of 1 in Humboldt as Mason Van Pelt, Isaiah Busick, and Valley Davis will be the 1-2-3 hitters for the Humboldt Wildcat lineup here tonight. Like we said, a cloudy and breezy night here in Humboldt. Some threatening clouds depending on which way you look, but based on the radar, hopefully some of those will zigzag around us here in Humboldt and either stay to the south or stay to the north. As Mason Van Pelt, Humboldt right-handed hitting third baseman, and senior steps in. 361 batting mark for Van Pelt on the season, who leans that weight on the back foot while waving the back above the back shoulder. He'll watch the fastball from Slagle, and he burns the first offering over for a called strike, 0-1. Algona defensively, it's Ulrich behind home plate. Weir at third, Eischen at short, Kuhlman at second, and Ulrich at first. As Slagle's 0-1 pitch, Van Pelt watching, and that pitch outside for a ball. Ulrich tried to frame it behind home plate, but the home plate umpire said no dice. In the outfield, it is Garman, Elsbecker, and Walker left to right. Slagle works first base side of the pitching rubber. The Bulldog senior brings the glove up, rocks and delivers the 1-1, and he skips that fastball in the dirt. And the count now 2 balls and 1 strike here on the leadoff hitter, Mason Van Pelt. 361 average, 487 on base, 15 runs driven in on the season for Van Pelt, and 14 walks compared to 5 strikeouts, whereas jersey number 15 works ahead against Slagle here for a 2-1 count. Slagle into the motion, and the next offering, and he tried to go off speed that time. It's off the glove of Ulrich behind home plate and out of the zone, count 3-1. Well, here from the Humboldt baseball diamond, if you look off to the right, you see the Humboldt Wildcat football field. They just installed a brand new video board over there as well, in addition to this brand new scoreboard that is debuting tonight here at the baseball field. Slagle with the motion and the 3-1 pitch. And he missed downstairs for ball 4 as Van Pelt discards the bat, and he is on first base with the leadoff walk. Well, Slagle this season has really gotten that command under control, but issues the early free pass here on Humboldt's leadoff hitter, and that'll bring Isaiah Busick up to the plate. Humboldt is an extremely aggressive team on the base paths. 104 steals in 110 attempts. That's the most in the North Central Conference in both those categories. Van Pelt himself 17 for 18 in steals. That is second in the NCC, as he has a pretty good lead over there at first base right now, being held on by Mason Ulrich. Slagle from the stretch. His first pitch to Busick. In the dirt, and it gets by Aiden Ulrich behind home plate. Van Pelt can easily take second as he will take a small turn around the base, but that ball got lodged in the padding behind home plate. There's this blue padding behind home plate that is in front of this rope fence. And the ball skipped up over the padding and went behind the padding. Aiden Ulrich, though, able to pick the ball out of there, but Van Pelt up to second base on the wild pitch. So Humboldt threatening to tie this game early on. So Slagle working with an early runner in scoring position against Humboldt. And the dangerous Isaiah Busick with a .359 batting average, 2 homers, and 20 runs driven in. Busick out of a squared batting stance. Wears the white arm sleeve on the right arm as the pitch is a fastball burning up and into Busick. 2-0 count, and Slagle missing early here. Trying to get his toe hold on this Humboldt mound. First inning, you're always kind of feeling out the ground here and what the mound feels like and what the toe hold's like at a visiting field. Slagle looks towards second base. Eischen dancing behind the base runner. Slagle checks again, and time called at home plate by Busick before the pitch can be delivered. Humboldt as a team, they lead the North Central Conference in runs per game, 9.2 runs per game. They've scored 10 or more runs 9 different times in their 21 games played. Although the Bulldogs, they're only allowing 3.1 runs per game, so stingy pitching against very good hitting. The 2-0 delivery. Slagle went off speed, and that one grazed the top of the zone. Busick not in agreement there. He's saying, if I pitch in game 2 of the doubleheader, that better be a strike as well. And it's a 2-1 count right now on Humboldt's senior Isaiah Busick. Davis on deck and Grote in the hole for the Wildcats. Slagle with the 2-1. Another breaking ball and a mighty hack and a miss by Busick. Count evens at 2-2. So that high breaking ball by Slagle's been finding the zone. Similar offering as the last pitch, and that time Busick knew it was going to be a called strike if he didn't swing at it. As the count's even here, 2-2 on the Humboldt number 2 hitter. Van Pelt with with great speed at second base for Humboldt, and Slagle will step off. Well, you look elsewhere here at the Wildcat baseball field. You see the high school off to our left. There's a long line of pine trees out from the right field line all the way out towards left center, right behind the outfield fence. Slagle checks the runner at second and fires. Fastball blew it by him for strike 3. Great job mixing speeds there on Busick, and Slagle has out number 1 of the inning as he fans Humboldt's number 2 hitter. So 1 out, 1 on, and Valley Davis, the center fielder, now stepping in for the Humboldt Wildcats. Davis, the junior, hitting .389 with 2 homers and 9 runs knocked in. He is a lefty, so you get one up in the jet stream out towards right center field, and he benefits from the wind here tonight. Slagle will check the runner twice. He will kick and fire, and keeps that one on the low outside corner to Davis, but maybe a little too low there. That is ball 1, 1-0 count. Davis has appeared in 7 of the Wildcat 21 games so far, 6 of them starts, with a .476 on-base percentage. Choked up maybe half an inch on that left-handed bat, as Slagle went off-speed pitch, and that had Davis caught him between there as the count evens 1-1. That was a take there by Davis, but looked like he was gearing up for the fastball and then tried to lift up those hands when he saw the breaking ball coming in, but it caught the zone. Slagle will take a long look at Van Pelt at second base, making sure he doesn't get a freebie to go to third. And time called at home plate. Well, the Humboldt Wildcats here early on, they're seeing Slagle take a long time in between pitches, and their batters are not afraid to step out here and force Slagle to run through everything again. The Humboldt Wildcat dugout encouraging Van Pelt to get an even bigger lead at second base and draw the attention of Slagle. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and fastball down and away for a ball, 2-1 count. We'll see how long it takes Slagle to find that early rhythm. Of course, you don't want him to totally forget about the runner at second base, but he is paying a lot of attention to Van Pelt so far early on in this ball game. 1-0 Algona. Slagle looks again towards second base. The Bulldog righty fires, and he missed outside of the off-speed offering, 3-1. Bulldogs in those red uniforms. They have the black cap with the red A on it, red brim on the front of it, as Slagle's worked behind a handful of the Wildcat hitters up to this point. The number 3 hitter, Davis, ahead in the count, 3-1. Slagle's next offering, and that is a high fastball, ball 4. So Slagle has walked 2 batters, and the Wildcats have him first and second with only 1 out for Griffin Grote, the number 4 hitter. Griffin Grote, a .340 hitter, 1 homer and 11 runs knocked in. Humboldt as a team has homered 9 times this season, most in the North Central Conference. Well, Slagle working himself into an early jam here. And this is usually how base runners get on if they get on against Slagle. Now, the control improved a lot last year and has been even better this season, but each year of his career, he's allowed more walks than hits. So a lot of times, base runners are given by Slagle rather than hit on it by the batter. We'll see what Grote can do here. Open right-handed stance, and that pitch is up and in for a ball. And Slagle's just underneath the fastball so far. He's been able to put that breaking pitch in the zone, but he is missing high and inside to the right-handers with this fastball up to this point. Griffin Grote batting, Keegan Grote on deck, as Griffin Grote watches a fastball in on the hands, 2-0 count from Slagle. Algona sweeping their season series of Humboldt last year as Coach Chad Slagle goes out to the pitching mound. Well, there were a couple games last year where you started to realize the Bulldogs had something good, and of course one of the ones I mentioned is when the Bulldogs beat Newman Catholic early in the season. But right after they beat Newman Catholic, in fact, the very next game, Algona came here to Humboldt and won 15-5 on May 29th, and they got to Humboldt ace Isaiah Busick in that game. Busick in that May 29th game threw 3 2/3 innings, gave up 10 runs on 8 hits, and he only struck out 4 Bulldogs while walking 3. But there are not going to be a lot of games like that where you get to Busick. When he pitches, if you're the Wildcats, you know you probably only need maybe 3-4 runs on most nights, and that's going to be enough to get you a win if Busick on the mound. But that game last year, Algona got to Busick, and he saw those back-to-back wins at Newman Catholic and at Humboldt, and all of a sudden you started to realize this Bulldog team was ready to do big things as they made it all the way to the sub-state game last year. Then later on in the season, Algona picked up a 4-3 win over Humboldt. That was on June 17th of last year as the Bulldogs rallied from a 3-0 deficit with a run in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, and 1 on the 7th on an Aiden Ulrich walk-off single. So Bulldogs swept the Wildcats last year, and they'll play him here for 2 tonight, first meeting between these 2 teams of this season. Slagle's 2-0 to Grote, and he puts a fastball right down the heart of the plate for a called strike at the knees, and the count goes to 2-1 on the Humboldt number 4 hitting DH. Grote batting for the second baseman, Kyler Sirks. Grote's back foot right up on that chalk of the batter's box. That front foot in its open stance. Pitch to Grote. There's another called strike. Identical spot, and the count evens, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bulldogs playing pretty straight up out there in the outfield. A little bit towards right center field for Grote. Slagle looks towards second base. Checks again. His 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss for strike three. He comes back and pumps 3 straight fastballs in there, and Grote retired on the second punch out of the game by Tate Slagle. Now it's 2 outs, 2 on. It's Van Pelt at second, and Davis at first base for Keegan Grote, now for Humboldt. Keegan Grote on the season, .323 batting average. No homers, but a team-leading 21 runs driven in. He bats out of a closed right-handed stance. A little bit further off the plate than Griffin Grote before him. The pitch to Keegan Grote, and he chased a neck-high fastball for strike one. It's 1-0 Algona, bottom half of 1 here in Humboldt, as Tate Slagle tries to wiggle out of a little bit of trouble here in the first inning with 2 out and 2 on. He has walked 2 and he has struck out 2, but the key for the Wildcats, getting Tate Slagle's pitch count up. Next pitch to Grote, thought about swinging there at an eye-high fastball, but he held back that time, and the count is even at 1-1. And sometimes when you face a pitcher like Slagle, that's really what you focus on as a team. It's maybe not so much we're going to have a big inning and score 8 runs off of him, but it's we're going to have a big inning and force him to throw 20-plus pitches, and we're going to do it again and again and get him out of the game and force Algona to make pitching staff decisions and go to the bullpen earlier than they want to. Slagle in his most recent outing carved up Hampton Dumoncal. And that 11-0 win, part of a doubleheader where the Bulldogs won 11-0 and 11-1. Slagle had 14 strikeouts in that game and only threw 70 pitches. Slagle's 1-1 and got underneath a breaking ball that time, missed upstairs, and the count goes to 2-1. By Bulldogs, I mean the Algona Bulldogs. I guess when you talk Hampton Dumont, they're the Bulldogs as well, but Algona getting a doubleheader sweep over Hampton Dumoncal on Thursday of last week to bring that conference record to 10-0. Slagle's next pitch, that one buzzes the tower of Keegan Grote, and Slagle falls behind 3-1. Cohen Matson waits on deck for Humboldt. A left-handed hitter warming up in the on-deck circle. As Wildcats have 2 on of 2 out. Van Pelt still at second base, and Davis at first. Ulrich at first behind the runner Davis. Eishen at shortstop just behind the runner Van Pelt, now moving a little more towards his natural position before dancing back behind Van Pelt. Slagle with the 3-1 pitch. And caught the inside corner for a called strike. Grote took 3 steps towards first base and was ready to throw the bat towards the dugout, but he'll have to bat now with a 3-2 count after that pitch grazed the inside corner. Slagle 1 strike away from getting out of this inning, but a high pitch count inning certainly. Hands at the belt, the 3-2 pitch, runners go, and that pitch is upstairs, ball 4. Slagle has his 3rd walk of the inning, and Humboldt has them loaded. Nowhere to put any more base runners, and Cohen Matson, the batter now for the Wildcats. And this will mean even more pitches thrown by Tate Slagle in the first inning. Matson, a .381 hitter, 1 homer and 14 runs driven in. He's only struck out twice in 42 at-bats. He has walked 5 times. Matson, an aggressive hitter, likes to swing early in the count, but do you swing early here against Tate Slagle? Levi Walker very deep in right field as Slagle goes back to the windup. The motion and the pitch, and he will swing at that first pitch, and he will foul it off. 0-1 the count. Wildcats and the Bulldogs, it's 1-0 Algona. Out on top here in inning number 1, but Humboldt has loaded the bases with 2 outs against Tate Slagle. And they have really driven up that pitch count here in the first. Matson a little choked up in the bat. He knows Slagle will provide the velocity. He called for time, he didn't get it. Slagle delivers, and that pitch is up and away for a ball to Matson, who steps out and gives a brief glimpse backwards behind home plate. And he will exaggeratedly hold that backhand out while he gets set in the batter's box to make sure Slagle doesn't deliver too soon. Now the 1-1 pitch to Matson. And Slagle goes off speed and pours that over to outside part of the plate. 1-2 count. Bulldog outfield once again shading a hitter towards the offset field. A little bit towards left center field here for the left-handed hitting Matson as Chase Hansen is on deck. Matson in the 1-2 hole as Slagle delivers. Breaking ball rolled back to the mound where it gets through towards second base. Coleman scoops to second, and he got the play right there. Brooks Coleman grabs the slow roller, and the Bulldogs are out of the jam in the first. The score stays 1-0 in favor of Algona on Home Country Radio KLGZ and the Algona Radio YouTube channel.
For over 40 years, Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports Surgeons have maintained one mission: to provide excellence in orthopedic care. Their team of 9 physicians offers specialized care in everything from arthroscopic same-day surgery to joint replacement, as well as hand and foot surgery, and have an orthopedic surgeon on call 24/7. Healthcare isn't about appointments, it's about taking care of people, and that's their specialty. Visit Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports Surgeons on the web at nwiabone.com.
We've got more sports club members making this broadcast possible on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
Algona Frame and Auto Body. We meet by accident.
Water connection, from softeners to bottled water and service. Call 295-SOFT.
Algona Pizza Ranch. There's so much to love.
Cotton Grave Farm Management and Land Realty, downtown Algona. Trusted for farmland service needs since 1960.
Algona Livestock. Sales every Monday.
Countryside Barbecue Sauce. 2 sauces for all seasons.
All bringing you this broadcast on the radio.
Hansen up and in, and Weir somehow got out of the way of that one. A pitch heading towards his front shoulder as the count goes 1-0 on the Bulldog number 6 hitter. It is Weir, Eischen, and Ulrich this inning for Algona. Ryan Weir batting .263, 20 RBI on the season as he hits out of an open right-handed stance. That front leg bent slightly forward as Weir takes the pitch, and that is in the zone for a called strike to even the count 1-1. Well, Humboldt cannot get the big hit in the first inning against Tate Slagle. Slagle walked 3 batters and opened the door for Humboldt, but they leave the bases loaded as the score still 1-0. Weir golfs a breaking ball foul first base side, and it'll be a 1-2 count on the Bulldog senior. But even though Humboldt didn't score, that inning is a win if Hansen can put up a 0 or 2 over the next couple of innings, because he really got that Slagle pitch count up. As the 1-2 pitch, Weir just fighting that fastball off and staying alive. Count stays 1-2. If you're Humboldt, you want to make it where Slagle throws 5 or less innings tonight, and the Bulldogs have to decide who do we go to after that. You don't want Slagle to throw a complete game by any means. Of course, you'd love runs, but a high pitch count is a good consolation prize as Weir watches a pitch below the knees to even the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Chase Hansen, he bent but he didn't break in that first inning. Gave up 1 run on the RBI ground up by Aiden Ulrich. Trails 1-0 right now as Hansen rocks and delivers. And a nasty breaking ball, but Weir just fought that off to stay alive. He picked up the spin on that pitch early and was just able to fight it back to the screen as the count still 2 balls and 2 strikes. For Hansen, mixing speeds, mixing locations, that's going to be the key against the Bulldog lineup. He winds it up and he does a little hesitation before he delivers, and he blows Weir away on the high fastball for strike 3. That was a little finesse there by Chase Hansen. He went for the leg kick and then almost a little extra leg kick at the end of that before coming to the plate, throwing the timing of Weir off and fanning him for out number 1 of the inning. So 1 out, nobody on base, and Jackson Eischen, who's batting .354 on the season, 1 homer and 9 RBI for the Bulldogs. He's walked 14 times with only 4 strikeouts, and he attacks the first pitch of a line drive to center field. Base hit Jackson Eischen, and the Bulldogs put a runner on first base with 1 out. He did not waste any time there against Chase Hansen, and it'll be a base runner for Mason Ulrich, the right-handed hitting first baseman for Algona. Ulrich batting .320, 1 homer and 13 RBI in the season. Also more walks than strikeouts, 11 walks, 6 Ks. But Hansen, he's not going to be a flamethrower like Slagle, throwing in the low 90s, but if he can mix his velocity a lot, keep the Bulldog hitters off balance, even change tempos, change locations, as he looks at first base. Long hold there, and then he delivers. Ulrich check swing, but he didn't go. Pitch was downstairs, blocked by Flaherty, and the count 1-0. You just never want the Bulldog hitters to feel comfortable, and sometimes making someone feel uncomfortable means throwing 94 miles per hour in the inside corner like Slagle can, but for Hansen, making the Bulldogs feel uncomfortable means changing speeds, and they never know what's coming next as he elevates the fastball, and Ulrich swings through it to make the count 1-1. And so far, he's shown a willingness to do that early in the ball game. Eischen, medium lead at first base, held on by Busick. Outfield a step towards left center field for Mason Ulrich, batting out of that squared right-handed stance. Hansen, long hold. And the 1-1 pitch, Eichen's going. Flaherty throw down to second base, it's on target, the tag is missed! The tag is missed! Eischen was able to slide to the outside of the bag, and he is safe at second base. That was a good throw by Flaherty. It had Eischen beat by quite a bit, but the throw was taken in front of the bag, and Flaherty not happy behind home plate for the way that tag was applied at second base. So Eischen able to swipe it, and the Bulldogs have a runner in scoring position for Ulrich. Now a 2-1 count. Jackson Eischen now 10 for 11 in steals this season. Hansen, quick pitches Ulrich, and he line drives it towards right field, racing over his Madsen towards the gap, and he pulls that ball down. Eischen has to stay put at second base. Ulrich gave that one a decent ride out towards right field, but not nearly enough, as that'll be out number 2 of the inning, and Levi Walker will try to come through with a 2-out base hit. The other thing I like that Hansen's done so far is When he's working from the stretch, he's varied how quickly he comes to home plate. Sometimes he gets the ball, you could count to 2, and then he'll throw it. Other times, he'll get the ball, and you can hold it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the batter's getting antsy, and then he throws it. You never want the base runner or the batter to know exactly when that pitch is coming. That's what I mean by changing your tempo on the mound. Hanson with a high kick this time. Walker tries to bunt his way on base, and I believe he offered that one as the count goes to 0-1. Or does it? No, it goes to 1-0, so he got the bat back. Not a bad idea for Walker. One of the several Bulldogs bringing that state track and field speed to the baseball lineup as Walker tries to pass the baton to the top of the order with Dawson Elsbecker waiting in the on-deck circle. Bulldogs, 1 run on 2 hits. Scoreboard has a 1-0 count anyways. As Hanson will hold, he'll look towards second base as Sirks stays close to the bag to try to keep Eischen honest. Next pitch, Walker bunts it, third base side. Hanson off the mound, Hanson grabs it, and he has no play. A beautiful bunt by Levi Walker, and if his speed, there was no chance to make that play. A smart play by Hanson just to eat that ball. Eischen moves to third base, Walker's on first, and the number 9 hitter does pass the baton to the top of the order for Dawson Elsbecker. Elsbecker popped out to foul territory on the third base side on the first pitch he saw in this ball game, as that's hit number 3 for the Bulldogs. Algona on top of Humboldt, 1-0. Top of 2 here in Humboldt, as Elsbecker, wearing that shin guard on the front leg, steps in, holds the hands high and the bat vertical above the back shoulder. Hanson. Stretch and the pitch. Elsbecker tried to call time, stealing second as Walker. They throw through, and safe as Walker. That ball was picked nicely by Sutterfield at shortstop, preventing it from going into center field. And Walker has the steal. So a pair of steals is sitting for the Bulldogs. That'll take the force play away at second base and put 2 in scoring position for Algona. For Levi Walker, that is his second steal of the season. 1-0 to Elsbecker. And that one is a bit down low for a ball, 2-0 count. There have been a couple of instances, one on each side, where the batters try to call time at home plate, but they haven't gotten it. And that's an important lesson to learn as a batter. Just because you call time doesn't mean that you are granted time by the home plate ump. As the 1-1 pitch, that one's right over the plate for a called strike to Elsbecker, 1-2. And when you try to do that, got to get your hand back on the bat quickly and then get ready to hit. It's almost just a guaranteed take pitch there because it's hard to do. As Hanson's 1-2, a breaking ball dribbled foul at home plate. That hit Elsbecker while he was still in the box. That was a nasty, nasty pitch, but give Elsbecker credit. That's all you have to do with 2 strikes is spoil that offering, much like Ryan Weir spoiled a 2-strike breaking ball earlier on. Later in that at-bat, Hanson elevated a fastball. The Humboldt righty brings the 1-2 pitch. He tried to elevate the fastball, but Elsbecker fouled it back, and we will stay at a 1-2 count. It seems like that primary breaking pitch for Hanson is going to be that looping curveball to see if he can get the Bulldogs out on their front foot. And then after that, he likes the high fastball. That's been the sequence early here as the 1-2 pitch. Went to another breaking ball roller through the middle, and that one is going to sneak through to center field for a base hit. Eischen can walk home. Walker burning around third base. He will score. Seeing eye single, Dawson Elsbecker will drive home 2 runs, and the Bulldogs take a 3-0 lead in the top of the second inning. And there's the big 2-out hit that Algona was looking for. That is big run support there for Tate Slagle. Of course, it's early in the game and it's only 3-0, but you love to see that if you're a Bulldog fan when you know that Slagle's on the mound on the other end. Elsbecker has RBIs number 8 and 9 of the season, and it's 3-0 Bulldogs, and Tate Slagle will get the bat with man on base. Hanson from the stretch. Bulldog dugout barking on the third base side as Slagle watches that pitch get pulled outside for a ball. Flaherty sliding over to the other batter's box to make the grab, and the count 1-0. Slagle walked his first time up. A future Iowa Hawkeye putting together prodigious numbers this season at the plate as Slagle hits a 2-hopper to shortstop, absorbed by Sutterfield. He knocks it down, he scoops to second base, and he will retire Elsbecker there on the fielder's choice. So Slagle hits into the fielder's choice, and the inning is over, but the Bulldogs strike for a 2-out single. They make it 3-0, moving to the bottom of the second from Humboldt, Iowa, and on Home Country Radio, KLGZ.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
Central Financial Group, where you belong.
Down to Earth Tree Service, your local Algona Tree Service.
Styles Salon, your salon in Algona. Create yourself.
Farm and Home Services. View their listings at farmhomeservices.com.
Homes Tom's Animal Clinic. Animals large and small. They love them all.
Dance Connection and Tumbling by Michelle. Passionate about teaching, creative about dance. Visit their studio or danceconnectionbymichelle.com.
All bringing you this ball game.
We've got more sports club members making this broadcast possible on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
TAFE Wellness Center in Algona and Armstrong, keeping athletes in the game with chiropractic care. Take charge of your health.
Lictor's Garage Door Service and new installations. A reputation you can trust. Call 515-295-5988.
Ed Service Station. Service you can trust.
J&J Custom Meats, continuing the traditions in Whittemore.
Ulrich Construction. Let them do the work.
Sports club members bringing you this game.
We welcome you back to Humboldt High School on Home Country Radio and at the Algona Radio YouTube stream. It's Algona 3 and Humboldt nothing, as the Wildcats this inning will send 7, 8, and 9 to the plate. Chase Hansen, Avion Sutterfield, and Jackson Flaherty do the bat against Tate Slagle. We'll see if Slagle gets that control back here in the bottom of the second inning, as Slagle walked 3 batters during the first, but he worked around the bases-loaded situation and kept Humboldt off the scoreboard. The pitch count went up, but the Bulldogs have scrapped for a few runs here so far today, leading at 3-0. Bulldogs coming into this game 16-3, Wildcats 16-5, but conference-wise, Bulldogs are 10-0 with Humboldt 8-2. First pitch, that's a fastball up and away for a ball to Chase Hansen, the starting pitcher for Humboldt. Hansen, a right-handed hitting sophomore, with a 185 batting average, does have 3 homers and 16 runs driven in as he bats out of a slightly closed stance. Slagle fires the fastball over the plate for a strike, and the count even 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, fortunately, it hasn't really started raining yet here tonight. The clouds even looking a little less threatening right now than they were earlier, as Slagle's 1-1 pitch. Hansen watching, and that's a fastball over the outside corner for a strike, 1-2. And we'll see. I've been checking the weather radar on my phone. It seems like to the south of us and even to the east of us, there are some blobs on the radar that are going through, but they seem to be missing us here in Humboldt, even looking to the future. As Slagle caught the inside corner, called strike 3. Hansen frozen on the fastball, and Slagle has his third punch out of the game. 1 out, nobody on. Avion Sutterfield, the batter now for Humboldt. Sutterfield batting .293, 12 RBI in the season for the right-handed hitting sophomore. Bats out of a squared stance against Tate Slagle with 1 out and nobody on. Choking up in that right-handed bat. He'll watch a fastball, and that's in the zone for a strike, 0-1. Slagle has really brought the fastball down lower in the zone this inning. Bulldog outfield shallow and towards right center field for Sutterfield as the 0-1 pitch. Up high for a ball. 1-1 count. Algona pretty much playing everyone to the opposite field, and basically they're saying, you're not going to pull Tate Slagle's low 90s fastball. You're going to hit it to the opposite field if you're going to hit it. As the 1-1 pitch. Nasty breaker in there for a strike, and Slagle now starting to work quickly here as he's ahead 1-2 against Sutterfield. Slagle holds the hands belt high, now brings them up to his face. The senior's 1-2 pitch. Sutterfield watching, and that one is just out of the zone. The Bulldog infield was starting in as they were expecting Ulrich to throw the ball around the horn, but a good take there by Sutterfield as count evens at 2-2. Slagle back to the motion. The 2-2 pitch. Wave and a miss for strike 3. Sutterfield with a mighty cut, but he came up empty as Slagle now 4 punch-outs, and the first 2 Wildcat hitters of the inning go quietly. Algona continues to lead at 3-0. Jackson Flaherty, the number 9 hitting catcher, stepping in with 7 hits and 21 at-bats on the season. Hitting about halfway up in that right-handed box with an active bat. Waves and misses for strike 1. He wears the light blue batting gloves, a shade of blue lighter than the Humboldt uniforms. As some sunshine here starts to drench the field. Slagle winds and fires. And he caught the inside corner for a strike. A pitch at the knees that froze Flaherty, and Slagle works ahead 0-2. Boy, would a 1-2-3 inning be big here for Slagle's pitch count. The 0-2 pitch. And he missed down low with the fastball. Flaherty not tempted. 1-2. Mason Van Pelt, the leadoff hitter on deck for Humboldt. 3-0 Algona in the bottom of the second. 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball up above the head of Flaherty as Slagle couldn't get that one to come back in. Count evens at 2-2. Bulldogs and Wildcats in the first of 2 games here tonight from Humboldt. Slagle's 2-2 pitch. And called strike 3. A delayed called third strike on the fastball, and Slagle fans the side. Humboldt goes down 1-2-3 in the second, all on punch-outs, and the Bulldogs maintain a 3-0 lead, moving to the third on Home Country Radio and the Algona Radio YouTube stream.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
AK's Chrome Kitchen. When you come in, your family.
Farmers State Bank is proud to be part of our community. Offices in Algona, Whittemore, and West Bend.
Stroman Dental, giving you something to smile about.
Bill's Auto and Truck Repair. Service is the difference.
Trend Salon, your complete family hair salon. It's all about you.
Oakcrest Funeral Services, celebrating a life lived.
All bringing you this game on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
Where you bank matters. Hi, I'm Sherry Bacon at Security State Bank, and we're relationship bankers. We get to know our customers and understand their financial needs. We're locally owned and operated, which means family, community, and service always comes first. So come to Security State Bank. We'll treat you like family. Security State Bank in Algona, Burt, and Laverne. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Security State Bank.
Back here in Humboldt, where the Algona Bulldogs are trying to clinch the outright North Central Conference title, and they can do that tonight with 2 wins over the Wildcats. Right now off to a good start for Algona as they lead at 2-0. Actually make that 3-0 here in the top half of the third inning from Humboldt High School. Finishing up his warm-up tosses right now, Chase Hansen for the Wildcats, as he will face Tate Garman, Aiden Ulrich, and Aiden Engel this inning for Algona. Bulldogs have scored so far today on an RBI ground-up by Aiden Ulrich and a 2-run single by Dawson Ellsbecker. That Ulrich RBI grounded out in the first, and Ellsbecker with the 2-run single with 2 outs in the second. And Tate Slagle, after a rocky first inning, where he walked the bases loaded, settled in to strike out the side. As there's a first pitch breaker in there for a called strike to Tate Garman, who doubled to left center field his first time up back in the first inning. Eventually he came around and was stranded on the base paths, but was able to help get that runner to third for the Bulldogs, who eventually scored. 0-1 pitch, cut and the miss of the high fastball for Garman. And he is behind in the count, 0-2. Not a whole lot of North Central Conference play left after tonight. Both teams do have a slate of non-conference games going forward, but not a whole lot more as far as NCC dates are concerned. As Garman hops back into the box. 0-2 pitch. Garman reaching for that one, and he dribbles it foul third base side. And again, Hansen tries to put the Bulldogs away with the breaking ball there, but Algona once again just fights off that offering. After tonight, the only conference games Algona has left, a doubleheader against St. Edmund 1 week from tonight. 0-2 pitch. Roller towards shortstop. Sutterfield takes the hop into his chest. He fires high to first base, but Busick right there to grab it. And the speedy Tate Garman retired for out number 1. 6-3 on the ground out. 1 out, nobody on. Aiden Ulrich, the batter, as Ulrich grounded out to third base his first time up, but that ground out did bring home a run, so it was a productive out for the Bulldogs as Ulrich now steps in with nobody on base against Chase Hansen. Humboldt, they only have 2 conference games left after tonight, too, as there's a breaking ball by Hansen that just grazes the inside part of the zone and 0-1. Their only conference games left, a doubleheader against Clarion Goldfield Dows. The wind and the 0-1 pitch. A breaking ball flied in the air, fairly deep towards right field. Madsen drifting back. Madsen towards the fence. Looking up, and it's gone! It's gone! Aiden Ulrich got it into the jet stream, and it's off the scoreboard in right field. The brand new scoreboard seeing its first game. Already taking some damage here as Ulrich goes oppo, and the Bulldogs have a 4-0 lead. How about that? Aiden Ulrich, 3rd home run of the season, and bring out the home run jacket, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, they're gonna outfit Ulrich there with the jacket and the hat over there in the Bulldog dugout. Boy, and that just goes to show the kind of night it is. Off the bat, that looked like a pretty deep fly ball, but didn't look like it was going to have enough to get out of here. But this wind is blowing straight out to right field. That flag is right above the scoreboard, and you could see it blowing out there as Ulrich muscles that one out to right. And that was a high, majestic blast into the jet stream. Even Madsen, the right fielder, went back like he was tracking that ball, and then eventually just ran out of room as Aiden Engel takes ball 2, and it's a 2-0 count. But home run props, they're all the rage now. The Bulldogs have their own back in the dugout as Engel hits a sky-high pop-up. Middle of the infield. Sutterfield, the shortstop, now into the second base side, into the outfield grass, and he makes the grab. Out number 2 of the inning as Aiden Engel is retired. It seems like a new phenomenon, but believe it or not, folks, back when I played baseball, my coaches had a home run prop as well. They had a defibrillator because if I ever hit a home run, the coaches would have passed out. As Ryan Weir bats of 2 outs and nobody on base. Weir watching the off-speed pitch. Drop over the plate for a called strike. 0-1 here to the Bulldog senior. Weir had a long at-bat, but eventually struck out his first time up. As Weir will see that pitch bend over the inside corner again for a called strike. 0-2. Algona now 9 home runs in the season. That's now tied for Humboldt for the most home runs as a team in the North Central Conference. The 0-2 pitch to Weir. High fastball, and he chased after it for strike 3. Hansen got him to expand the zone, and the inning is over. But Aiden Ulrich's home run to the opposite field gives Algona a 4-0 lead right here on Home Country Radio KLGZ and at the Algona Radio YouTube stream.
More sports club members.
Lusher Family Dentistry, serving your family since 1965 on Call Street in Algona.
Algona Plumbing and Heating, where a good flush beats a full house.
Kasuth Regional Health Center, your home for health care.
Walker Chiropractic and Wellness, caring for Algona, Sway City, and surrounding areas with chiropractic, nutritional, and physical therapy services.
Reeves Wicked Good Bar and Grill, for wicked good food, drinks, and service, you gotta go to Reeves.
High Point Land Company, your trusted land partner in Algona.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
Thank you to these sports club members bringing you this game on Hometown Home Country Radio.
CB Grain Solutions, satisfaction guaranteed.
Dump It, Kasuth County's local and reliable waste service provider for commercial and residential customers.
Albert Electric, flip the switch to Albert Electric.
Billy Offerman, your State Farm agent in Algona. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Greg Penning and Company, certified public accountants where everyone counts.
Daylight Donuts, open early with delicious donuts and great coffee.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
Aiden Ulrich of the opposite field home run, and the Algona Bulldogs with a 4-0 lead over the Humboldt Wildcats. Bottom of the third inning now is Humboldt bats. Roller towards second base, Coolman into the hole, he picks it up, he throws to first base, and he has the out. Nice play by Brooks Coolman, and Mason Van Pelt, the speedy leadoff hitter, is retired 4-3 to begin the inning. And that first pitch out, a great sign for Tate Slagle. Threw a ton of pitches in the first inning after walking the bases loaded, but worked a 1-2-3 second on 3 strikeouts, and that first pitch out, highly welcomed by Tate Slagle. You want length here, and of course the offense scoring and giving you a little room to breathe certainly helps. As Isaiah Busick, who is a strikeout victim himself, his first time up, stepping in. First offering to him, and that is a fastball that buzzes up high for a ball, 1-0 count. Well, Humboldt, no margin for error in the conference race here. If the Bulldogs sweep them here in this doubleheader, it'll be an outright conference title for the second year in a row for Algona. As the 1-0 pitch to Busick, Slagle tried to go off speed but missed as the count's 2-0. Wildcats are 2 games behind Bulldogs in the conference standings, and it's a regretful 2 losses for Humboldt. They had a 2-1 loss against Clear Lake on May 27th as they split the doubleheader for the Lions. The windup and the 2-0 pitch by Slagle. Busick watching, and that one got him for a called strike, 2-1. Busick's back foot went sliding out of the box as he thought that one was coming in to hit him, but pitch broke over the inside corner to make it 2-1. So that was one of Humboldt's 2 conference losses. A 2-1 game against Clear Lake as Slagle's 2-1 pitch. Fastball up and in, 3-1 count. The other loss was on June 2nd. Humboldt lost a 9-inning game, so 2 extra innings. They lost 4-3 against Hampton-Dumont Cal, who had been 0-8 coming into the ball game, as they split the doubleheader of Hampton-Dumont. There's another pitch inside corner, and once again, Busick was bailing out of the box there, thinking that was going to come in and hit him, as the count goes full 3 balls and 2 strikes. But Humboldt, a couple of 1-run losses away from being undefeated in NCC play. Busick now chokes way up with the 3-2 count. And Slagle tried to put him away with the same pitch. That time Busick fought it off with a high pop-up to the first base side that goes out of play. Count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. As good as Humboldt's been this year, they have not been good in 1-run games. Those 2 conference losses, a big part of it, but Humboldt is 2-4 in 1-run games this season. 4 of their 5 losses by just 1 run. Slagle working for a 4-0 lead. 1 out, nobody on. The Bulldog senior coming to the plate with a 3-2. Fastball right in there, called strike 3. He caught Busick guessing that time, who was looking for another breaking ball, but Slagle froze him on the heat. It's 2 outs, nobody on base, and now Tate Slagle in a rhythm. He has retired 6 straight Wildcat batters. Valley Davis, who walked his first time up, trying to break up that stretch. Another left-handed hitter. We'll see if he can pull one up into the jet stream like Ulrich did to the opposite field last inning. Davis a lefty as he will take that pitch on the inside corner for a called strike. 0-1 as Davis less than enthused by that one. That pitch was under his hands, but if you're crowding the plate, that can still be inside corner the way he leans out. 0-1 pitch. Davis watching, and that one's a called strike. Low outside corner, and Davis visibly frustrated in the batter's box, leaning back and throwing his head to the sky. Schlegel's got him down 0-2. Schlegel working quickly. His next pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night as Schlegel puts the Wildcats down 1-2-3 in the third inning. Score stays 4-0 Algona, moving to the fourth on KLGZ Home Country Radio.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
Signworks Inc. For all your signage needs and printed apparel, stop in or call 295-9544.
New Way K&H Co-op, delivering exceptional value through knowledge and innovation.
West Bend Ford, meeting your service, new and used vehicle needs.
Tom Eischen Sales, your store in the country, carrying steel and Toro products and Green Mountain pellet grills.
PMC Advantage Insurance Services, insuring our neighbors for over 80 years.
All sponsors of this game broadcast. High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
American Glass. For all your glass needs, think American.
Farm Bureau Financial Agents Dave Beisch, Daniel Foth, and Michael Tull.
Chemco Tires. They're all you need to know about tires and service.
Wykert Realtors, the 515 Agency, a fresh approach to real estate.
Grassmasters. Growing satisfied customers.
Iowa Lakes Community College, your community, your college.
Glenn's Green Thumb. From a small seed, something beautiful will grow.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
Back here at Humboldt High School on Home Country Radio KLGZ, it's Algona 4 and Humboldt nothing as the Bulldogs bat of Jackson Eischen to lead off the inning. Eischen attacked the first pitch for a single his first time up as he'll take a called strike from Chase Hansen. It'll be Jackson Eischen, Mason Ulrich, and Levi Walker this inning for Algona. Dawson Ellsbecker if anybody gets on as Hansen works quickly. And he missed on the breaking ball. That's a close pitch, but you don't usually get the strike if the catcher doesn't catch it, and that ball popped out of the mid of Flaherty behind home plate as the count evens 1-1. Skies have clouded up. We've seen a few peaks of sunshine here tonight, but primarily cloudy skies prevailing here in Humboldt as the count goes 1-2 now as that pitch finds the inside corner to Eischen. Bulldogs and the Wildcats, Algona winning both games last year. Prior to that, Humboldt had won 5 in a row against Algona. 1-2 pitch. Sails upstairs for a ball, 2-2 count. Hansen works into his motion with a 2-2 delivery. There's a line drive back for the middle, and it'll scoot through into center field for a base hit. Jackson Eischen has nearly taken out the pitcher a couple times today with just base hits straight for the middle. So give Eischen a 2-for-2 day at the plate and give the Bulldogs a leadoff base runner on the top of the fourth inning as Mason Ulrich, who flied out to right field his first time up, stepping in. We'll see if the Bulldogs can continue to add. On the other side of the diamond, Tate Schlegel has retired 7 batters in a row. And you say it so many times, but if you don't get to the opposing team's ace early, he can settle in sometimes, and it seems that has happened of Schlegel. 4-0 Algona as the Bulldogs look to add on. Ulrich watching a nice breaking pitch drop into the zone for a called strike, 0-1. Humboldt last year finished runner-up to the Bulldogs in the conference, 17-9 overall record, 10-4 in the NCC. As Mason Ulrich with a little dribbler towards the middle of the infield, charged by Sirks. He'll look for the bag at second. He'll flip to Sutterfield. Sutterfield relay at first. Not quite in time. Safe at first base is Mason Ulrich. That was an athletic play, though, on both ends. As Sirks did a little 360 spin right there. He wanted to step on the bag at second by himself, but he realized when he spun that he wasn't near the bag, so he did a little backhanded flip to Sutterfield, and Sutterfield's turn wasn't in time just with how slow that ball was hit, but still an athletic play really on both ends by the Wildcats to get it out there. Levi Walker will be the batter as Walker laid down a beautiful bunt for a base hit back in the second inning, his first time up. So Walker 1-for-1 today. Bulldogs and the Wildcats going at it today for the first time this season. Humboldt 20-13 against Algona, going back to the 2008 season. Algona, though, trying to win their third in a row against the Wildcats, as it's a 1-0 count now on Levi Walker. Mason Ulrich at first base on the fielder's choice. 1 out, top of the fourth inning, and Algona on top 4-0. Creeping in at third base is Van Pelt, looking for a potential bunt. Busick holds the runner at first. Hansen, quick kick in the pitch. Walker shows bunt late, pulls it back, but it's a called strike, and the count is even 1-1 for Humboldt. It's on the catcher Flaherty to get out from behind home plate, or the pitcher Hansen to get over to the first base line if they're going to have Busick hold on Ulrich as they are right now. Van Pelt, the third baseman, about halfway down the line as Walker wanted to bunt, but again, he pulled it back late. Pitch was inside, and the count goes to 2-1 strike. It's cooled off just a degree or two as the skies are gray here. Pick off the first base, but not in time as Ulrich dives back in. Again, there's a lot going on throughout North Central Iowa tonight as far as weather's concerned, but a lot of it is expected to miss us here in Humboldt, so we hope it stays that way as Walker bunts first base side, but he pushed it foul, and the count evens 2-2 strikes. A lot going on around the conference as well. This is the penultimate conference doubleheader date for most schools, assuming that there wasn't a conference rainout earlier, but some other NCC doubleheaders going on tonight. Webster City has a doubleheader at Clear Lake. Hampton-Dumont-Calf, a doubleheader at St. Edmund, and Iowa Falls Alden hosting Clarion Goldfield Dallas for 2 tonight. 2-2 count right now on Walker. Hansen comes to the plate. Walker check swing, and he fouled it off first base side. That was a little half swing there by Levi Walker, maybe even a quarter of a swing, but it got the bat, and Walker stays alive with a 2-2 count. In some other games of note around the area, Bishop Garrigan is at Eagle Grove tonight. And as we know, there's no such thing as an automatic win when you go to the Grove. Hansen. 2-2 pitch. Walker pops that foul first base side, and that one will get out of play. Forest City's at North Iowa tonight. West Hancock's at North Union over on the top of Iowa West. And Garner Hafer Ventura at Belmont Clemmy. Of course, we'll tell you about all those scores and more tomorrow morning on our Sportscast at 6:20. And of course, a recap of this game as well as Walker takes. And I think that's a balk there. That is a balk as Hansen never came set. He was trying to quick pitch Levi Walker that time. And when you're in the stretch and you bring your hands together, you've got to be set for at least a beat. But there was no point there where Hansen was set, so that'll bring Ulrich up to second. Runner at second, 1 out. Double play out of order as Walker swings and misses for strike 3. Hansen went up and in at the fastball, and Walker couldn't touch it, as that's out number 2 of the inning. So far, 1 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third for Algona. Thus far, off the board here in the fourth, but a chance for Dawson Elsbecker once again of 2 outs. 1 for 2 today as he had that 2-run single with 2 outs his last time up. The look towards second base. Sirks holds the runner. Elsbecker looks at a pitch, eye level for a ball, 1-0 count. Well, after a slow first inning that dragged along, this game has moved quickly here into the top of the fourth as Elsbecker pops it foul back behind home plate. That one's heading straight back. And the count, 1 strike. Bulldogs and the Wildcats also playing in softball tonight. Varsity getting underway at 5:30, although we can't really see the scoreboard from where we are here. We might try to get an update later on tonight, but that game is underway as of right now. The look towards second base and the pitch. That's a fastball in the zone for a called strike, 1-2. The Algona softball team trying to sweep Humboldt after defeating the Wildcats 11-8 earlier this season back in Algona. It's a 3-way race for the NCC title in softball. As the 1-2 pitch to Elsbecker, way up high as Flaherty has to leap out of his stance to grab it, and the count evens at 2-2. Between Clear Lake, St. Edmund, and Algona, that appears to be the 3 teams that are in position here to contend for the NCC title in softball as we head down the stretch. Ulrich leads off of second. Hansen gives him a check. 2-2 pitch. Elsbecker held back. That pitch was above the letters, and he thought about it, but he kept that bat behind the plane of the plate, and the count runs full at 3-2. Nice long at bat here for Dawson Elsbecker as Hansen goes back to work. Hands belt high in the 3-2 pitch. Elsbecker ground ball towards third. Takes a wicked hop, speared by Van Pelt, and he has no play. Van Pelt, though, saves the run for now. That ball took a brutal hop as Van Pelt dove on the backhand side. He adjusted his glove and he knocked it down. He had no play on Elsbecker at first base, but that is down the line for a double that brings home Mason Ulrich if Van Pelt doesn't knock that down. For now, that saves the run for Humboldt, but the bad news for the Wildcats is now you face Tate Slagle with runners at the corners. Hit number 7 for Algona. Elsbecker at first base. Ulrich at third. And Tate Slagle today, he has walked and he has hit into a fielder's choice. 23 RBI in the season for Slagle as he stares down Hansen. Hansen going to wipe down the baseball here before he gets back onto the pitching rubber. Well, a lot of times you steal with runner at first here, but you don't want to take the bat out of Slagle's hands. We'll see what Elsbecker does. Hansen at the hold. And time called at home plate. When out runners on base, Hansen has slowed the tempo down, trying to see if he can get a tell from the Bulldog base runners and hitter. He works quickly this time. Breaking ball to Slagle, fielded on the forehand side behind home plate by Flaherty as that ball is down and in, and the count 1-0 on the Bulldog senior. Aiden Ulrich, who homered earlier tonight in the on-deck circle. Actually, check that. He's in the hole. Tate Garman's in the on-deck circle, beg your pardon. 1-0 to Slagle. Slagle rips that ball deep towards right center field. Davis getting on his horse, and it's over his head. It'll go to the fence. Mason Ulrich scores, and it's a ground rule double, and that's going to cost the Bulldogs a run. The ball goes through the fence. There must be some gap out there. It went underneath the fence, and that'll force Dawson Elsbecker to stop at third base. But Tate Slagle, an opposite field double over the glove of Valley Davis out in center field, and it's 5-0 Bulldogs. With 2 outs, Elsbecker was running on the crack of the bat as he should be, and he has plenty of speed. He would have easily scored on that, but of course on the ground rule double, the runner only goes as far as he's forced to, so that is for now going to cost the Bulldogs a run as Coach Jason Firm goes out to the mound to talk of Chase Hansen. Coach Firm in his 26th season as the Humboldt baseball coach. He's been here since the year 2000. He also coached the Humboldt basketball team for 6 seasons, although he has resigned from the Humboldt basketball coaching position and will be replaced this season as the Wildcat basketball coach. But staying on here as the baseball coach for this Wildcat team that is trying to stay in the North Central Conference race. But the Bulldogs not making it easy here. 5-0 Algona on the top of the 4th inning. And now Tate Garman with a chance to bat against Chase Flaherty. Algona with 3 hits this inning, 8 hits on the ball game. And Flaherty did a good job early on mixing speeds, mixing locations, but you just feel like the Bulldogs have seen all the different offerings that Flaherty presents, or excuse me, that Hansen presents, Flaherty the catcher. But Hansen's been mixing his speeds and mixing his locations, but I think the Bulldogs have picked up on a few of the things that he likes to go to the second time through this batting order, as they're now on the 3rd time through the order. Pitch up high for a ball to Tate Garman, 1-0 count. Garman with a double and a ground out to shortstop tonight, 1 for 2. The motion and the 1-0 pitch. Garman rips that ball towards right center field. That one gets down for a base hit. Coming home to score is Elsbecker. Coming home to score is Slagle. 7-0 Bulldogs. Opposite field single, Tate Garman. Welcome him back once again to the Bulldog lineup, ladies and gents. It sure looks a lot better when Tate Garman's in there. 7-0 Algona. His 2nd hit of the night. This is only his 5th game played of the season, but he has made his presence felt. Knocks in 2 right there, and he has 4 RBI in the season. And the Bulldogs pulling away here in the 4th inning. They've scored every inning so far tonight. 3 runs to the plate up to this point during the inning. As now Aiden Ulrich does get a chance to bat. A home run and an RBI ground out. Here's the pitch to Ulrich. Ulrich blasts that ball high in the air, deep towards left field. There she goes! Aiden Ulrich does it again! Didn't need the win that time, ladies and gentlemen. He hit that one up into the air and through the wind, and the Bulldogs have blown this game wide open in the 4th. It is 9-1 Algona. How about that? And Aiden Ulrich gets to wear that jacket for a 2nd time today. Tate Slagle came into the game as the Bulldog leader in home runs, but that's no longer the case. He and Aiden Ulrich now tied at the top of the home run leaderboard with 4 apiece on the season. That was a majestic blast to left field out towards the pine trees. Groth left fielder gave it a look, and that's going to be it for Chase Hansen. Humboldt is going to the bullpen. Algona blowing it open, 9-0 in the top of the 4th on Home Country Radio, KLGZ.
For over 40 years, Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports Surgeons have maintained one mission: to provide excellence in orthopedic care. Their team of 9 physicians offers specialized care in everything from arthroscopic same-day surgery to joint replacement, as well as hand and foot surgery, and have an orthopedic surgeon on call 24/7. Healthcare isn't about appointments, it's about taking care of people, and that's their specialty. Visit Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports Surgeons on the web at nwiabone.com.
We've got more sports club members making this broadcast possible on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
Algona Frame and Auto Body. We meet by accident.
Water connection, from softeners to bottled water and service. Call 295-SOFT.
Algona Pizza Ranch. There's so much to love.
Cotton Gray Farm Management and Land Realty, downtown Algona. Trusted for farmland service needs since 1960.
Algona Livestock. Sales every Monday.
Countryside Barbecue Sauce. 2 sauces for all seasons.
All bringing you this broadcast on the radio.
The Algona Bulldogs pouring it on here the 4th inning, doing all of this scoring with 2 outs. Aiden Ulrich capitalizes with his second home run of the game. Aiden Ulrich now with 4 runs driven in, and the Bulldogs have a 9-0 lead as they have chased Chase Hansen from the game after 3 2/3 innings. The new pitcher is going to be right-hander Asher Gonder. Gonder, a sophomore for Humboldt, making his 7th appearance. He has started 2 games this season. This will be his 5th game out of the bullpen. Gonder with an 0-1 record, a 3.32 ERA, 12 2/3 innings for Gonder, with 13 strikeouts and 5 walks. Opponents batting .218 against the Wildcat righty, and he'll have a blank slate. Bases empty and 2 outs, with Aiden Engel coming to the plate. Pitch to Engel. Engel rips that one towards second base, and that one is over into right field for a base hit. Engel was going to go try to stretch this one into a double as the ball rolls into the gap, and he will go to second base. Double to the opposite field by Aiden Engel, and the Bulldogs will send 9 to the plate this inning. That is hit number 11 of the game for Algona. Well, Isaiah Busick has moved to second base for Humboldt. So defensive change right there. As the starting pitcher, Chase Hansen, has gone to first now. Your defensive changes for the Wildcats. And Gonder on the mound, like we said, as Ryan Weir, who has struck out twice, the 9th man at the bat this inning for Algona. Hansen will make that. Gonder will check on the runner at second. High leg kick on the pitch. Weir attacks the first offering, but he fouled it off as Gonder went off speed, and the count, 0-1. Gonder wears the black arm sleeve on his right arm as he has an 0-1 count on Weir. Hansen done tonight after 3 2/3 innings. Gave up 9 runs on 10 hits. He only walked 1, he struck out 4, but the Bulldogs hit him hard the second and third time through the batting order. 0-1 pitch, and down low for a ball. 1-1 count. First time through the batting order. Bulldogs only had 3 hits off of him, but like I said, second and third time through, they were able to pile up the runs and build this 9-0 lead. As Engel leads off of second, Weir takes down low for a ball. 2-1 count. And this Humboldt dugout that started off this game on the first base side, full of energy and chatter, has gone deadly silent here in front of their home crowd. It is a somber first base side right now in the Bulldog dugout. Hooting and hollering over on the third base side as it's now a 2-2 count to Weir as he takes a called strike. Algona trying to stay perfect in NCC play. Up 9-0 right now. Gonder's 2-2. Weir flies that in the air towards right field. Matson is coming in. He has it measured, and he reels it in for the third out of the inning. But the Bulldogs send 9 batters to the plate, and they extend their lead to 9-0 as we move to the bottom of the 4th on Home Country Radio, KLGZ, and at the Algona Radio YouTube stream.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
Central Financial Group, where you belong.
Down to Earth Tree Service, your local Algona Tree Service.
Styles Salon, your salon in Algona. Create yourself.
Farm and Home Services. View their listings at farmhomeservices.com.
Holmes Animal Clinic, animals large and small. They love them all.
Dance Connection and Tumbling by Michelle. Passionate about teaching, creative about dance. Visit their studio or danceconnectionbymichelle.com.
All bringing you this ball game.
We've got more sports club members making this broadcast possible on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
TAFE Wellness Center in Algona and Armstrong, keeping athletes in the game with chiropractic care. Take charge of your health.
Lichter's Garage Door Service and new installations. A reputation you can trust. Call 515-295-5988.
Ed Service Station, service you can trust.
J&J Custom Meats, continuing the traditions in Whittemore.
Ulrich Construction, let them do the work.
Sports club members bringing you this game.
Algona sends 9 batters to the plate in the 4th inning. They get 6 hits and they score 5 runs. Aiden Ulrich hits his second home run of the game, and the Bulldogs on top of the Humboldt Wildcats 9-0 here in the battle of Highway 169. And Tate Slagle working a no-hitter so far as he has retired 7 Humboldt Wildcats in a row. the first inning where he walked 3 batters and had the bases loaded, now a distant memory. Griffin Grote seeing Slagle for the second time today, taking ball 1 as Grote struck out his first time up. 9 runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Bulldogs. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Wildcats. And there is strike 1 on Griffin Grote. Keegan Grote on deck and Cohen Matson in the hole. Chase Hansen, if anybody, gets on base for the Wildcats. 1-1 pitch inside, and that is a breaking ball that will graze Grote. And he has a free pass to begin the inning as the 7 in a row set down by Slagle streak comes to an end. This Algona team was itching to get some games in. They were supposed to play Hampton Dumont Cal Monday night of last week. That doubleheader got pushed to Thursday due to the rainouts. Then a Friday doubleheader against Mason City. That field in Mason City was soaked. They got a ton of rain in that area, and the Bulldogs could not play that night. There's been a lot of rain impacting games as of late, as Coach Firm is going to go check on Grote and make sure he's okay after the hit by pitch. It was a breaking ball that grazed him, and Grote appears to be in good spirits over there on first base. As Slagle will take a couple of warm-up tosses with Keegan Grote now the batter. But Bulldogs on top of the Wildcats 9-0, and it's been a little bit of everything today. Slagle settling in and being his usual self on the pitching mound. The Bulldog offense producing some big-time extra base power. And a 9-0 lead here over Humboldt. And like I said, the Wildcats came into this doubleheader knowing that they really didn't have any margin for error, and they could really blame themselves for that. A couple of one-run conference losses, 2-1 against Clear Lake, which, I mean, that's an understandable loss. Clear Lake has some solid players, and Algona themselves almost lost a game to Clear Lake if it wasn't for a 7th-inning rally earlier in the season. As Slagle pulls that pitch down and away to the backstop, Griffin Grote will cruise up to second base. But that loss to Hampton Dumont Cal at extra innings is the one that's really going to bug Humboldt here at the end of the day. To a Hampton Dumont team that had not won a game prior to that win over Humboldt. But just goes to show in baseball, anything can happen on a given night. Being a big underdog in baseball is a little different than being a big underdog in football or basketball, especially when it's a doubleheader and you've got to manage your pitching staff. 1-0 pitch. Big cut and miss that time. Grote got right after that breaker by Slagle, and the count evens 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, this Bulldog pitching staff, they just pile up the Ks. When the opposing team doesn't put the ball in play, nothing's going to happen, obviously speaking, as that pitch is a wave and a miss for a strike, 1-2 count, and the Bulldogs really live up to that. Coming into the game, they were second in the state to Sadell with 410 strikeouts. The opposing batting average against Algona as a team was 181, 4th best in Class 3A. Keegan Grote behind in the count, 1-2 against Tate Slagle, and time called at home plate. Grote swatting some bugs away, or some dirt. Slagle for the check on second base. The 1-2 pitch. And that is a called strike 3. Slagle mixing his locations well, and he has Grote frozen for the first out of the inning. Runner stays on second base for Cohen Matson, who went into a fielder's choice his first time up. That is 8 strikeouts so far by Tate Slagle, and out number 1 of the inning. Bottom half of 4 here in Humboldt. 9-0 Algona. And the left-hitting Matson trying to get something started. The number 3 hitter in the North Central Conference in terms of batting average at 381. Coming into this one, takes a called strike. And count goes to 0-1. This Wildcat team, though, producing over 9 runs per game. But hard to do that against Tate Slagle for any team as time is called at home plate. With an 0-1 count. Humboldt's 194 runs coming into this game. Tied for 3rd in Class 3A. Slagle off the motion and the 0-1 pitch. And he sails the fastball up high to even the count. 1 ball and 1 strike. But a decent crowd working their way here tonight. Maybe not as big as some Humboldt versus Algona crowds as we've seen, as some people are looking at the forecast and anticipating rain. But if you couldn't make it here, glad you've tuned in as the 1-1 pitch. In there for our called strike, 1-2. You know, at a lot of fields, we see a lot of people out beyond the outfield fence, but I would imagine for the trees up there for Humboldt, that's why we don't really see anyone out there in the outfield watching the game here tonight. Everyone watching this is behind home plate or up one of the baselines. You don't want to be out there in Mosquito Alley out there in the outfield. 1-2 pitch by Slagle. That's a bit up above the letters for a ball. Good take by Matson as the count evens at 2-2. Of course, out right field, there's that new blue Humboldt Wildcat scoreboard that says Wildcat Baseball and has the ubiquitous Wildcat logo at the top of it. That scoreboard already got dinged by the Aiden Ulrich home run earlier in this game, as there's a cut and a miss for strike 3. Colin Matson is gone swinging, and that's K number 9 by Tate Slagle. Out 2 of the 4th inning, as Grote stays at second base. Chase Hansen will try to get this inning started for Humboldt. His 3 home runs, just behind Aiden Ulrich and Tate Slagle's 4 for the North Central Conference lead. As Hansen was a strikeout victim looking his first time up. Stands pretty close to the home plate area. Inside of that batter's box as he got caught in between that time on a nasty breaking pitch by Slagle. That was a half swing, and he knew about halfway through that swing that he was fooled. Just tried to keep the bat in the zone to foul that pitch off, but couldn't make contact as the count is 0-1. If Slagle's throwing that pitch for a strike, it's going to be hard to make any contact off of him. 0-1 pitch. And he put the fastball a little bit down low, just below the knees. The count evens at 1-1. It's a good competitive pitch, though, by Slagle. Early in the game, that fastball was flying up high, and that wasn't even tempting the Humboldt batters. At least on a pitch like that, you're making them think. As Slagle puts the next offering over the plate. Went off speed in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. He's done a good job of mixing in his breaking ball, as Humboldt has gone for the slide at the second time. Not letting the Wildcat hitters just gear up for that fastball. 1-2 pitch. And that is a cold strike 3. Slagle painted the zone again, and Hansen gone looking. 10 punch-outs by Tate Slagle through 4 innings, and Algona rolling here in Humboldt. Bulldogs lead the Wildcats 9-0 on KLGZ 98.5 FM and AM 1600.
Thank you to these sports club members bringing you this game on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
Good Samaritan Society, Algona's senior housing and services rooted in God's love.
Feed Mill Coffee Company, Algona's locally owned coffee shop.
Tangle Salon for all your cuts, colors, hair extensions, and massage therapy needs.
Schindler Lawn Care and Landscaping, 515-320-3840.
All bringing you this ball game.
Thank you to these sports club members bringing you this game.
Runkey Brothers Full Service. Experience the Runkey Brothers difference for all your auto service and repair needs.
Hy-Vee. Use the Fuel Saver card. Fill your cart, fuel your car.
North Iowa Appliance Center, Highway 18 East in Algona, where they sell the best and service the rest.
Erpelding Excavating Enterprises. Let them take care of your grading, excavating, and drainage needs.
Erpelding Void and Company CPAs. They're not just about taxes.
Sports club members bringing you this game.
Back here on Home Country Radio KLGZ and the Algona Radio YouTube stream as Algona leads Humboldt 9-0 in the top of the 5th. Our video stream brought to you by Chemna Auto Center, where it's not just about the car, it's about the care. Algona Municipal Utilities, community-owned for community benefit. Algona Frame and Auto Body, we meet by accident. Iowa State Bank, helping people succeed. And PMC Advantage Insurance Services, having the advantage makes all the difference. Bulldogs have scored in every inning so far, as they will have Jackson Eischen to lead things off. Eischen started this whole 5-run inning back in the 4th when the Bulldogs sent 9 to the plate, had the leadoff single against the previous pitcher, Chase Hansen. Asher Gonder's first offering is fouled back by Eischen right to the screen in the count 0-1. Eischen looks very comfortable in the batting box, even more so than earlier in the season. He has not been afraid to get after those early offerings, and his approach is just great right now. Everything is back through the middle, even to the opposite gap in right center field. Really good approach by Eischen, and if he hits well out of that number 7 spot, that really helps round out the Bulldog lineup. Check swing liner right back to the mound as Gonder grabs the soft line out. Eischen retired for the first time today. Didn't mean to, but that was a little check swing right after it, and you don't see a whole lot of check swing line drives. Usually a check swing is a pop-up or a little nubber foul, but just went right back into the glove of the waiting pitcher Gonder for out number 1. Mason Ulrich has flied out to right field, and he is hit into a fielder's choice today, 0-2. Number 8 hitter for the Bulldogs, with Levi Walker on deck. First offering from Gonder, and that one's at the letters for a called strike, 0-1 to Ulrich. Well, attention is now really fully on baseball, not just in high school, but at all levels of baseball right now. Of course, the College World Series just wrapping up, and LSU winning the national championship. As the 0-1 pitch, Ulrich with a little soft fly, shallow center field. That's dropping in a hurry, and that one is down for a base hit in front of Davis. That'll look like a line drive in the box score tomorrow, but Mason Ulrich, in the meantime, will take a bloop single out to the outfield to give him his first hit of the game. 1 out, 1 on now for Levi Walker, who singled on a bunt and struck out then his second time up. That was hit number 12 for the Bulldogs tonight. But of course, College World Series wrapped up. NBA Finals wrapping up as well last night. And Bulldogs will send a Runner onto the base paths. Thomas Zabka will run for Mason Ulrich. Zabka this season has scored 12 runs, a lot of that in the pinch running and courtesy running role, as he'll be on first base with 1 out. But of course, a lot of people, whether you're rooting for the Thunder or the Pacers, it was just devastating to see former Iowa State star Tyrese Halliburton go down with that Achilles injury in the first quarter. Really put a damper on Game 7 as OKC ended up winning a Game 7 there, the decisive game against Indiana. That pitch is upstairs for a ball, and it's a 1-0 count. But what a run by the Indiana Pacers. I'd be willing to bet most casual observers who weren't rooting for one of the two teams, or their team was out of the playoffs, were getting on the Pacer bandwagon as the postseason went on. 1-0 pitch. That is hit hard by Walker down the left field line, curving towards the corner, diving and making the catch in left field is Grote. An unbelievable grab by the Humboldt left fielder. Wow! Grote, dead sprint, full extension foul territory, gets out number 2 of the inning. That was an unbelievable grab. What an effort by Grote, by the way. I mean, frankly, in a 9-0 game, it would be easy to Cadillac after that ball and just let it drop foul, but Grote made an unbelievable racing effort into foul territory, grabbing that ball just inches off the ground with a diving backhanded grab. Wow. Walker out number 2 of the inning. Dawson Elsbecker, the Bulldog leadoff hitter, will bat, and he will watch, and he will take the first pitch for a strike, 0-1. But that NBA postseason is long, folks, about 2 months long. You just wonder if that attributes to some of the Achilles injuries. Jason Tatum going down for Boston with an Achilles injury, Dame Lillard for Milwaukee, and then Halliburton for Indiana. As there's a cut and the miss. Throw to second base, Zabka stealing, and the throw is off target. Zabka gets up, and he's running to third base, and he will get there ahead of the throw as he slides in safely. So Thomas Zabka just entered the game, and he already has the dirtiest uniform amongst the Bulldogs. He goes all the way to third. A good throw would have had him at second base, but that throw was off to the second base side, and it was not knocked down. It went into center field, and Zabka now standing at third base. Bulldogs trying to pull ahead 10-0 here and put Humboldt to the position where they could potentially be run-ruled in the bottom of the inning. As Elsbecker, 2 for 3 today, but he's behind in the count, 0-2. As Gonder goes back to the windup with the 0-2 pitch. Elsbecker, sky-high pop-up coming back our way, but that'll be behind home plate and out of play as the count still 0-2. But it's a long NBA season and a long postseason as well. That is a demanding toll on your body. And just to think, too, we're in June right now, and the NBA season will start again in October, so there's really not much of an offseason in that league. Gonder has worked ahead of Elsbecker, 0-2. Motions and delivers. And he just missed up and away. That pitch didn't miss by a lot, but it missed its intended spot by a lot. Looked like they wanted to come a little more into Elsbecker that time, but Gonder missed over the outside part of the plate and missed off the plate by a few inches there. They'll try again with the 1-2. In the dirt, smothered behind home plate by Flaherty. What's going to get lost in this game with the Bulldogs leading 9-0 is how well Flaherty has blocked the ball behind home plate so far in the ball game. Two count on Elsbecker. Gonder takes a deep breath on the mound as he will come to home plate. High and away. Elsbecker doing what a good leadoff hitter does. He got behind 0-2, and he has worked his way back into the at-bat with a 3-2 count. Zabka at third base. Bulldogs leading 9-0 over the Humboldt Wildcats. Top half of the 5th inning here in Humboldt. Gonder will reload the chamber and bring the 3-2 pitch. Ground ball towards the middle of the infield. And that one's going to squeak through to center field for a base hit again. Dawson Elsbecker is just peppering the middle of the infield of ground balls. He has another RBI, and the Bulldogs are on top 10-0. Boy, I love the approach of the plate tonight by Algona. Yes, the power hitters are hitting for power, but everyone else in the batting order, they're going up the middle into right center. This is when the Bulldog lineup does well. There have been some games where it's been a feast for Algona, and they score double-digit runs. There have been a few famine games in there as well mixed in, but on a night like tonight, you just love to see guys not trying to do too much and just approaching the ball back up the middle and even to the opposite field. 10-0 Algona as Tate Slagle will watch that pitch for a ball, 1-0 count. Dawson Elsbecker now 3 for 4, 3 RBI here in Game 1 of this twin bill. Of course, stick around. It's the same video stream, folks. You don't need to go to a new stream. Game 2 will be on this very same video stream as well whenever they're ready to get started with that. Top of 5 here in game 1 as Slagle sees the pitch up high for a ball. It's a 2-0 count. Slagle with a walk, a fielder's choice ground ball, and a double to right center field. He has 1 run driven in tonight. Runner at first base is now Elsbecker as Gonder works from the stretch. Slide step and the pitch. And close miss there as the count goes to 3-0 on Slagle. Well, Chase Hansen in line to take the loss, barring a miraculous rally here by Humboldt against Tate Slagle. Hansen is also the pitcher of record the most recent time these teams matched up. That was back in last season's June 17th game as Slagle takes a strike, 3-1 count. That was the 4-3 win where Algona rallied from a 3-0 deficit and got the Aiden Ulrich walk-off. Chase Hansen came on in relief of Isaiah Busick, pitched the final inning in the 3rd in that game, and eventually coughed up the walk-off single. As that pitch is at the letters for a called strike to Slagle, count full at 3-2. So runner at first base will be moving on the pitch. That runner is Dawson Elsbecker, who has a medium lead right now, held on by Hansen, who started the game on the mound. Gonder for the payoff pitch, and Slagle rips that one towards the left center field gap, racing over his Groat. He can't get to it. It's one hop up against the fence. Elsbecker will turn and burn around third base. He'll be sent to the plate. Relay throw will not be made, and it's an RBI double for the 2nd at bat in a row by Tate Slagle. 11-0 Algona. The Bulldogs continue the offensive onslaught tonight in Humboldt, as that is hit number 14 of the ball game and RBI number 2 of the night for Tate Slagle. What a night up and down the lineup. Bulldogs have extended this one to 11-0 as Tate Garman will bat. 2 for 3 tonight, had the 2-run single back in the 4th inning. Algona has scored in every inning so far in this ball game. Busick will hold the runner. Tate Slagle close to second. Now he'll back off. Gonder's pitch sails up high above the head level of Garman to make it a 1-0 count. For Algona, the scoring looks like this. 1 in the 1st, 2 in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd, 5 in the 4th, and 2 so far in the 5th. It's goose eggs across the scoreboard for Humboldt, including in the hits category. 1-0 pitch, popped up foul territory first base side, out of play, and the count 1-1. You know, we haven't seen a whole lot of foul balls tonight from Algona besides of 2 strike counts. They have fouled off a few 2-strike pitches to stay alive, but for the most part, it seems like when Algona swings early in the count, they're putting the ball in play, and they are doing some damage with it. Gap-to-gap hitting tonight for the Bulldogs. The sophomore Gonder brings the 1-1 pitch. Garman cuts and misses. Pitch may have been a little high there, but Garman trying to get on top of that and couldn't make contact as the count goes to 1-2. Algona with 3 hits this inning, 14 hits in the ball game as Aiden Ulrich waits on deck, who has already homered twice in this one. Gonder looks towards second base. Brings the 1-2 offering. Tried to go breaking ball, but got underneath it. Pitch was at eye level to Garman, and the count is even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Wildcats are going to have to score in the 5th, otherwise this game will end in 5, as Bulldogs lead it 11-0. Gonder coming to the plate with a 2-2, and Garman hits that one well. Left center field gap, but Grote is cruising over to it. He's into the gap, and he makes the running grab as the inning comes to an end. Bulldogs score again, though, and they now lead it 11-0 as they put 2 on the board in the top of the 5th. Bottom of 5 coming up next on Home Country Radio KLGZ and at the Algona Radio YouTube live stream.
When you need cash on the go, there's no need to pay a surcharge fee with MoneyPass. Iowa State Bank is proud to be part of the MoneyPass network of surcharge-free ATMs found nationwide. Look for the green and blue MoneyPass symbol on over 32,000 ATMs across the nation. Or find an ATM near your vacation spot or travel destination at moneypass.com. MoneyPass, another way that Iowa State Bank helps people succeed. Member FDIC.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
Central Financial Group, where you belong.
Down to Earth Tree Service, your local Algona Tree Service.
Styles Salon, your salon in Algona. Create yourself.
Farm and Home Services. View their listings at farmhomeservices.com.
Holmes Animal Clinic, animals large and small. They love them all.
Dance Connection and Tumbling by Michelle. Passionate about teaching, creative about dance. Visit their studio or danceconnectionbymichelle.com.
All bringing you this ball game.
Algona 11, Humboldt nothing in this North Central Conference baseball matchup. We move to the bottom of the fifth here in Humboldt as Tate Slagle goes back to work. Wildcats will need to get this under 10 runs in order to continue this ball game as they trail now 11-0. Tate Slagle working on a no-hitter as he has punched out 10 batters up to this point. Quick update on the softball game between Algona and Humboldt. Check the score of that in between innings. Right now, Algona on top 6-4 in the fourth inning over on the adjacent diamond to us. It's about a 90-degree angle behind us there, but 6-4 is the Algona lead in that ball game, so they're trying to sweep the season series over Humboldt. In the meanwhile here, it'll be Avion Sutterfield batting for Humboldt as Slagle sails the fastball up high for a ball, 1-0 count. Well, it's important for the Bulldogs to lock in and focus and just end this one here in 5. Make sure that the only pitcher you have to use is Slagle as he pours that breaking ball over for a strike, 1-1 count. And frankly, the less pitches Slagle throws, the better. So if you can finish this in 5, keep his arm as fresh as you can, that is a win for Algona, both in a literal sense and also in the sense that if you win it in 5 against Humboldt, that is a lights-out performance. Of course, there'll be a Game 2 of this doubleheader, but Slagle doing his job in Game 1 as the 1-2 pitch. Wave and a miss for strike 3 by Sutterfield. He chased one that was a bit outside, trying to expand the zone, and Slagle with 11 punch-outs. Still no hits for the Wildcats, as Jackson Flaherty will be the batter. That is the only part of this game that might be a little bit of a bummer for Bulldog fans. With Algona in position to run rule this game, you're thinking, oh man, what if Slagle had thrown a complete game no-hitter? As there's a wave and a miss for a strike, count 0-1. And I don't know if his pitch count would have lasted long enough to get through 7 innings tonight, and that may just be an irrelevant point, but still, no-hitting Humboldt over 5 innings would be impressive, but that's going to be out of the equation now. Sorry, folks, that one's on me as Jackson Flaherty lines a single to left field. I will take full credit for that one. Flaherty attacks the 0-1 pitch and lines it past the third baseman Ryan Weir into left for a base hit. Humboldt's first of the game. There's going to be no scorebook funny business on that one. That's not going to be rolled in the air. That was a clear base hit. And the Wildcats are going to have Jackson Kirchhoff, beg your pardon, running at first base. Kirchhoff, the Humboldt sophomore, will run for the catcher Flaherty. With 1 out and 1 on, well, that'll erase all metaphorical situations or all pressure as it relates to no-hitter and how many innings it would take. Van Pelt, 0 for 1 of a walk and a ground at second. He will take that pitch for a called strike, 0-1. Well, now the point stands. You still want to get it done here in 5 innings and save the bullets as much as possible in Slagle's right arm. Pick off to first base by Slagle, and he throws it away first base side. Getting up and going to second base is Kirchhoff as Mason Ulrich goes to retrieve the baseball. Well, again, focus, big thing in this situation because 11-0, you feel like this game is certainly in hand. If you're an Algona fan, for the way Slagle has pitched so far in this one, but Bulldogs have been in this situation before, notably in a doubleheader game against Clear Lake where they had a chance to run rule the lines and let it get away late as there's a wave and a miss for a strike, 0-2. It was still a win, but you like to take these opportunities and get the game in the bag when you get the opportunity to, especially in a doubleheader situation like this where guys are going to be on their feet for another probable 7 innings. Slagle had 0-2 against Van Pelt. The righty's pitch. Ground ball towards second base again. Kuhlman fields it, flips to first base, and Van Pelt is out number 2 of the inning. Kirchhoff moving up to third now, but Humboldt down to their final chance here in the 5th, trying to avoid being run ruled. It is Algona 11 and Humboldt 0 as Isaiah Busick will be the batter. Busick has struck out twice against Slagle so far today. Should Busick reach, Valley Davis in the on-deck circle for Humboldt. With the runner at third base, Slagle will go back to the windup as he awaits the ready to go from the home plate umpire. Slagle will rock and deliver, and that is off the inside corner to Busick for a ball, 1-0 count. Busick just does not look comfortable, and Slagle goes with that inside breaking ball. If you're watching on the video stream, you can see that back foot sort of kick out behind him and kick up a little dirt. The fastball for Slagle is pretty straight. It's your typical four-seam fastball that just comes in at a high velocity, but that breaking ball to Busick, he keeps thinking that ball is going to hit him and sort of bails out with that back foot as Slagle is trying to throw that. Next pitch to Busick is a cut and miss for a strike, 1-1 count. Slagle did go off speed inside that time, and Busick that time was very geared up for it, but came up dry on that cut as the count is even at 1-1. 11-0 Algona. Kirchhoff at third base, 2 outs for Humboldt. Wildcats down 11-0 against the Bulldogs. Slagle will take that and put the pitch over the zone for a called strike, 1-2. as Humboldt down to their last strike here. Algona trying to improve to 11-0 in the NCC as sunshine now appears on the field. Slagle's 1-2 pitch. And a cold strike three. Bulldogs win it in game one. Tate Slagle with a complete game, 5-inning gem. He strikes out 12 batters and only allows 1 hit. The Algona Bulldogs extinguish the Humboldt Wildcats in game one of this doubleheader. Final score 11-0. We will step aside for a quick timeout, wrap it up with the final stats after this, and get you ready for game two right here on Home Country Radio KLGZ and at the Algona Radio YouTube live stream.
Where you bank matters. Hi, I'm Sherry Bankin at Security State Bank, and we're relationship bankers. We get to know our customers and understand their financial needs. We're locally owned and operated, which means family, community, and service always comes first. So come to Security State Bank. We'll treat you like family. Security State Bank in Algona, Burt, and Laverne. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Security State Bank.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
AK's Chrome Kitchen. When you come in, your family.
Farmers State Bank is proud to be part of our community. Offices in Algona, Whittemore, and West Bend.
Stroman Dental, giving you something to smile about.
Phil's Auto and Truck Repair. Service is the difference.
Trend Salon, your complete family hair salon. It's all about you.
Oak Crest Funeral Services, celebrating a life lived.
All bringing you this game on Hometown and Home Country Radio. For over 40 years, Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports Surgeons have maintained one mission: to provide excellence in orthopedic care. Their team of 9 physicians offers specialized care in everything from arthroscopic same-day surgery to joint replacement, as well as hand and foot surgery, and have an orthopedic surgeon on call 24/7. Healthcare isn't about appointments, it's about taking care of people, and that's their specialty. Visit Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports Surgeons on the web at nwiabone.com.
We've got more sports club members making this broadcast possible on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
Algona Frame and Auto Body. We meet by accident.
Water Connection, from softeners to bottled water and service. Call 295-SOFT.
Algona Pizza Ranch. There's so much to love.
Cotton Gray Farm Management and Land Realty, downtown Algona. Trusted for farmland service needs since 1960.
Algona Livestock. Sales every Monday.
Countryside Barbecue Sauce. 2 sauces for all seasons.
All bringing you this broadcast on the radio.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
Central Financial Group, where you belong.
Down to Earth Tree Service, your local Algona tree service.
Styles Salon, your salon in Algona. Create yourself.
Farm and Home Services. View their listings at farmhomeservices.com.
Holmes Animal Clinic, animals large and small. They love them all.
Dance Connection and Tumbling by Michelle. Passionate about teaching, creative about dance. Visit their studio or danceconnectionbymichelle.com.
All bringing you this ball game.
Back here at Humboldt High School and on Home Country Radio KLGZ, where the Algona Bulldogs prevail in the first game of the doubleheader in dominant fashion. Final score, Algona 11 and Humboldt nothing in 5 innings. Looking at a few final numbers for this first game of the doubleheader, Algona's stat line looked like this: 11 runs on 14 hits. The Bulldogs commit 1 error and they leave 4 runners on base. For Humboldt, no runs on 1 hit. They commit 1 error and leave 5 stranded on base. It's a gem once again for Tate Slagle. Another dominant outing for the Bulldog senior as Slagle stays perfect on the season. He improves his record to 5-0 with the win here today, and he's now the state leader in strikeouts on the season as he punched out 12 Wildcat batters today. Slagle did walk 3, but all of those were in the first inning. He stranded the bases loaded for the Wildcats after that, and Humboldt never really had any other great opportunities to do some damage against the Bulldog right-hander. Slagle, 12 strikeouts, 3 walks, 1 hit, and no runs allowed in 5 innings. For Humboldt, the loss goes to Chase Hansen. Hansen pitched 3 2/3 innings today. He threw strikes, but the Bulldogs hit him hard. Hansen struck out 4 batters and walked 1 in those 3 2/3 innings. He allowed, though, 10 hits and 9 runs. Archer Gonder came on in relief, and Asher Gonder, came on in relief as Gonder pitched 1 1/3 innings. He did not strike out or walk anybody, allowed 4 hits and 2 runs. What a day up and down the lineup for the Bulldogs, though. It was really productive with 5 different players having at least 2 hits in the ball game. Dawson Elsbecker finished off this one 3 for 4. He drove in 3 runs. Tate Slagle had 2 hits and 3 at-bats, drove in a pair of runs with 2 RBI doubles as well. Tate Garman back in the lineup for the Bulldogs, 2 for 4, 2 runs driven in. Aiden Ulrich, He drove in 3 runs and had 2 home runs in this game, 1 in the 3rd and 1 in the 4th. And in other news, the Humboldt Athletic Department is going to send Aiden Ulrich a bill for the damage he inflicted on their brand new scoreboard. That first home run going off the scoreboard in right center field. This brand new scoreboard here debuting tonight. And Jackson Eishen also had 2 hits in this ball game for Algona. So 5 different players have 2 hits. Like I said, a really good approach up and down the lineup for Algona. Competitive at bats 1 through 9. And just a really great job, of course. Yes, there was power from your usual suspects, but a lot of balls hit up the middle, a lot of balls hit into the gaps, left center field and right center field, and not a lot of balls fouled off, not a lot of pop-ups. So the Bulldogs really, they put the ball in play, they hit gap to gap, and they, for the most part, didn't try to do too much against the Humboldt pitchers in Game 1 of this doubleheader. With the win, Algona is now 17-3 on the season, and they are 11-0 in the North Central Conference. Humboldt will fall to 16-6, 8-3 in the conference, and if Algona wins Game 2, they will wrap up an outright conference title for the 2nd year in a row in the NCC. That'll do it for our Game 1 doubleheader coverage. We're going to step aside here. If you're listening on the radio, we'll go back to music for a few minutes before we resume. And if you're watching here on the YouTube stream, we're going to go quiet for a few minutes. But when it's time to come back for Game 2, we will do just that. So we will wind it down for Game 1. But Game number 2 is coming up next on KLGZ 98.5 FM, AM 1600, and at the Algona Radio YouTube live stream.
The following is a production of Hometown and Home Country Radio Sports.
Here's the motion by Hansen and the 1-2. Ground ball towards the right side, and that one gets through to right field for a base hit. Aiden Ulrich wins it for Algona, and the Bulldogs have taken control of the North Central Conference. One pitch. Flaherty's taking off. Swing and a miss. Throw to second base by Ulrich. It's on target. Tag is down, and they got him. Ulrich throws at the runner at second base, and Schlegel pumps his fist on the mound. Garmin's 0-2. Swing and a miss for strike three. The Algona Bulldogs are one game away from the state tournament. As there's a hard hit ball towards right center field. That could be a gapper, and Free is racing back. It's over his head. Alsbecker got a late break. He's on his way to third as the ball is still out by the fence. Alsbecker will be waved around third base. Heading to third right behind him is Garmin. Garmin's being waved around as well. One run scores. Here comes Garmin. Inside the park, home run.
Video streaming on the Algona Radio YouTube channel is brought to you by Algona Municipal Utilities, community owned for community benefit. Chemna Auto Center, where it's not just about the car, it's about the care. Iowa State Bank, helping people succeed. PMC Advantage Insurance Services. Having the advantage makes all the difference. And Algona Frame and Auto Body. We meet by accident. Now, here's Hometown and Home Country Radio Sports Director, Tyler Lance.
And we bring it back here to Humboldt, Iowa, where the Algona Bulldogs try to sweep the Humboldt Wildcats in this North Central Conference doubleheader. If the Bulldogs win here in Game 2 after an 11-0 victory in Game 1, they will be outright champions of the North Central Conference. Algona has turned to the right-hander Aiden Ulrich on the mound, as the teams also flip home and away, so the Bulldogs will be the home team here in Game 2, Humboldt the road team in Game 2, even though we are here in Humboldt. It was a dominant Game 1 win for the Bulldogs. Now we'll try to follow up for Game 2 win and lock up this NCC title. For the Wildcats, it'll be Mason Van Pelt leading things off and playing third base. Isaiah Busick pitches in Game 2 and bats second. Valley Davis in center field batting third. Griffin Grote at first base for this game batting cleanup. Keegan Grote in center field will bat fifth. Keegan Grote left field, beg your pardon, batting fifth. Cohen Matson in right field, he will hit sixth. Chase Hansen, the catcher, batting seventh. Avion Sutterfield at shortstop, hitting eighth. And Chase Flaherty, the designated hitter, batting ninth. He'll bat for the second baseman, Kyler Sirks. For Algona, it's Aiden Ulrich, making his seventh appearance on the mound of the season, his fifth start. Ulrich's record, a perfect 4-0, and his ERA, a microscopic 0.30. 51 Ks for Ulrich compared to only 4 strikeouts. 54 walks, that is, beg your pardon, and a 154 batting average against Ulrich. That's 51 Ks, 4 walks, 154 against Ulrich in 23 2/3 innings. Ulrich is second in the North Central Conference in Ks, behind only his teammate Tate Schlegel. It'll be Mason Van Pelt to lead things off for the Wildcats. Game 2, first pitch is in there, as that pitch will bend over the zone for a called strike, and we're underway here in Game 2 of this doubleheader. 76 degrees your Game 2 temperature, and believe it or not, folks, it has turned into a beautiful evening here in Humboldt. Never would have guessed that earlier tonight. Change-up swung on and missed by Van Pelt. He's behind in the count, 0-2. Earlier on, rain was threatening, clouds were in the sky, but it has turned into a festive atmosphere here as some people have worked their way over after the varsity softball game, joining us here at the baseball field. Ulrich pulls that pitch outside. Van Pelt not tempted, and the count goes to 1-2. The Algona Bulldogs softball team put the hammer down on Humboldt tonight. I don't know the final score, but the Bulldogs were winning 12-4 in the fifth, and the game ended shortly after that, so I believe Algona ended up run-rolling Humboldt in that softball game. 1-2 pitch, down in the dirt for a ball, 2-2 count. Reagan Haynes, who has made a habit of long balls, went deep once again today. Sent everyone at the concession stand scattering with a nuclear missile, bounced straight towards that concession stand out in left center field of the softball diamond. Ulrich aboard the pitching rubber, motions and brings the 2-2 pitch. Van Pelt, a little tapper foul, and that one dinged Tate Schlegel behind home plate. He's shaking out that right hand. Well, normally the catcher has their hand behind their body to protect it, but I think Schlegel's hand was out to his side there, and that foul tip got him on that hand. Don't want to see that if you're a Bulldog fan. That right hand, right arm, any extremities out there for Tate Schlegel, extremely valuable, but he's all right. 2-2 count right now on Mason Van Pelt. The wind and the pitch. And he inside outs that one foul with first base side, and we'll do it again, 2-2 count. A lot of breaking stuff from Aiden Ulrich. Some of the Coach Schlegel talked about as being able to pitch backwards. He can start you off with the breaking stuff and then put you away with the heat. The windup and the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed for strike three. Ball's in the dirt. Slagle chasing it down. Fires to first base. Got the out. What a play behind home plate by Tate Slagle. That ball went about 30 feet out towards the pitching mound, and Slagle had to get out there on a dead sprint, chase it down, and gun a 90-mile-per-hour fastball to first base right into the gut of Mason Ulrich, who grabbed the ball and recorded out number one of the inning. So an eventful strikeout to start things off here in the top of the first, and Humboldt will have Isaiah Busick batting now, the pitcher here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Busick and Ulrich went head-to-head on the mound a couple of times throughout history, as that is popped high in the air, right center field. Little trouble finding it at first for the Bulldog outfielders. Racing over and making the grab is Levi Walker. Dawson Elsbecker, the center fielder, had no idea where that ball was at first, but he eventually picked it up. The good news is, though, Levi Walker can eat up plenty of ground out there in the outfield as well, and Busick retired on a first pitch, lazy fly out to right. The wind is blowing out to right here in Game 2, as it was in Game 1, a noticeable breeze. The flag is just a couple of feet to the left of the scoreboard, and it is blowing straight out towards right center field. Valley Davis takes a fastball in on the hands for a called strike. 0-1 from Aiden Ulrich. Davis on the season, .389 coming into today. 7 hits in 18 at-bats. As he was 0-for-1 in that first game, and he cuts and misses. Ulrich pulled the string on him with the changeup, and the count 0-2. That Wildcat scoreboard, brand new in fact. This is the first game of that scoreboard being active out there in right center. 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss for strike three. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night from Aiden Ulrich, and the Wildcats are done lightning quick in the first. 1-2-3 first inning, and the Bulldogs will bat next, heading to the bottom of one here in Humboldt, Iowa, and on Home Country Radio, KLGZ.
More Sports Club members.
Lusher Family Dentistry, serving your family since 1965 on Call Street in Algona.
Algona Plumbing and Heating, where a good flush beats a full house.
Kasuth Regional Health Center, your home for health care.
Walker Chiropractic and Wellness, caring for Algona, Sway City, and surrounding areas with chiropractic, nutritional, and physical therapy services.
Reeves Wicked Good Bar and Grill, for wicked good food, drinks, and service, you've got to go to Reeves.
High Point Land Company, your trusted land partner in Algona.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
Thank you to these Sports Club members bringing you this game on Hometown Home Country Radio.
CB Grain Solutions, satisfaction guaranteed.
Dump It, Kasuth County's local and reliable waste service provider for commercial and residential customers.
Albert Electric, flip the switch to Albert Electric.
Billy Offerman, your State Farm agent in Algona. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Greg Penning and Company, certified public accountants where everyone counts.
Daylight Donuts, open early with delicious donuts and great coffee.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
Bottom of the first inning here in Humboldt. It's Game 2 of our baseball doubleheader as Algona wins Game number 1 in this battle of Highway 169, 11-0. No scores. We head to the bottom of the first in Game 2. Bulldogs designated as the home team for the second game as they will bat with Dawson Elsbecker, Tate Slagle, and Aiden Ulrich against one of the best pitchers in the North Central Conference, Isaiah Busick. Humboldt has saved their ace for Game 2, and Busick with another great season going on right now. This is his 7th appearance, his 5th start. Busick with a 2-2 record, but a sparkling 148 earned run average. 34 strikeouts, 10 walks, and opponents batting just .205 against Busick in 23 2/3 innings. Busick is a prime example of why your record maybe doesn't show how well you pitched. As Elsbecker jumps on that first pitch, flies it towards left center field. Cruising over, though, is the center fielder Davis to put it away and retire Elsbecker for out number 1. So much like Elsbecker started the first game of this doubleheader, he flies out on the first pitch he sees in Game 2 of the doubleheader, and that'll bring Tate Slagle to the plate. Busick just 2-2 with that 148 ERA, but as we've seen in this doubleheader format that the North Central Conference has gone to for their conference games this year, a lot of times the team's aces are either getting no decisions or they're getting tough losses, 3-2 or 1-0, as Tate Slagle takes a called strike. Because the thing with Busick, and really the other aces in the NCC, is Busick winds and delivers. That one is in there for a called strike, 0-2. They're also getting matched up against the opposing aces for whatever team they're going against. So a lot of times we're seeing pitchers duels here in these doubleheaders, especially whatever game the two aces get matched up in. Busick with the 0-2 to Slagle. Sails the fastball up high to make it 1-2. But this is another quirk of this doubleheader format the NCC's gone to. In previous years, Busick would have surely pitched twice against Algona. This year, he can only throw once, as Slagle with a little dribbler foul right in front of us on the third base line as the count goes to 1-2. Defensively for Humboldt, It is Hansen behind home plate, Van Pelt at third, Sutterfield at shortstop, Sirks at second, and Grote at first. Busick on the mound. The seniors 1-2 pitch. Slagle pops it high in the air, but out of play behind home plate. We'll do it again at 1-2. In left field, it's Grote. Davis patrols center field, and Matson in right for the Wildcats, who fell to 16-6 after that doubleheader opening loss to the Bulldogs. 1-2 pitch. Slagle for line drive, center field, base hit. Tate Slagle helps the Bulldog offense pick up where they left off, and that'll be a one-out single for what is now the Bulldog catcher. And Aiden Ulrich will be the number 3 hitter today in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Ulrich homering twice in the first game of the doubleheader and driving in 4 runs in that Bulldog win. So Aiden Ulrich hit that home run right off that brand new scoreboard in right center field. Everyone in Humboldt cringing at that sight as that pitch is a called strike outside corner to Ulrich, 0-1. It's a scoreboard that has a Wildcat logo up in the middle, Wildcat baseball written on the top in blue, outlined in yellow. And an oddity here in Game 2 where it says visitor and home on normal scoreboards. Here in Humboldt, this says something different as the 0-1 pitch in on the hands of Ulrich, 1-1 count. Of course, in the visitor spot, it says guest like a normal scoreboard does, but in the home spot, instead of just saying home, it says cats. So that means the Dogs are the Cats here in Game 2. It makes no sense, but you just got to accept it, folks. That pitch is up and in. 2-1 count to Ulrich. That's what happens when these teams switch home and road for Game 2. Sometimes you see goofy things on the scoreboard. But whenever it says Cats have a run here in Game 2, that actually means the Bulldogs have scored a run, since Algona's now on the home side of the scoreboard. 2-1 pitch. That one caught the low inside corner for a strike as Busick evens it 2-2 to Ulrich. Ulrich not enthused by that call, so he'll take a walk around the home plate area. Tate Slagle, the runner at first base. 2-2 count, 1 out on Aiden Ulrich. With 2 homers in that first game of the doubleheader. Ulrich closes off that stance. Slagle with a running lead. There's a line drive sprayed to right field. Racing over and making the grab is Matson. Slagle has to hustle back to first base as he's in ahead of the one-hop throw. Ulrich hit that one pretty well to the opposite field, but Matson read that one perfectly, sprinting towards the line and making the grab. And the dangerous Aiden Ulrich retired for out number 2 of the inning. So 2 outs, 1 on, and Aiden Engel, the designated hitter, batting for Algona. But Ulrich went to the opposite field again. Didn't get the scoreboard that time like he did in the first game. That blue scoreboard that actually has the Wildcat claw marks on it as well. Busick from the stretch. First base side of the rubber. Kicks and delivers. Pitches outside as the catcher, Hansen, looks towards first base, but decides not to throw back behind Slagle. 1-0 count on Engel with Weir waiting on deck for Algona. Busick, short kick in the pitch. Inside, and did that hit him? Apparently it didn't. Aiden Engel somehow contorted his body to get out of the way of that ball that appeared to be bearing in on his ribs. That was a fastball, too. That would not have felt good. As Engel bats right on top of home plate. The tips of his toes on the inside chalk of the batter's box. Slagle running. A little hit and run there for the Bulldogs as Aiden Engel fouls it back to the screen, and Slagle will have to return to first base. No score on the bottom of 1 between Humboldt and Algona. Bulldogs are batting right now with no score on the board right now, but Slagle at first base with 2 away. Outfield medium deep for the batter Aiden Engel. Busick will hold hands just above the belt, and between the belt and the lettering on the jersey as Engel will call time at home plate. Humboldt wearing the blue uniforms, the yellow script Humboldt on the front, white uniform pants, white cap with the yellow sides and the blue H on it. 2-1 pitch, inside again. Engel, again, moving that midsection of his out of the way and narrowly avoiding getting hit by the pitch. 3-1 count. Algona in the red uniforms, the script Dogs, D-A-W-G-S. White numerals front and back, outlined in black. Pitches inside again, and ball 4 to Aiden Engel. He narrowly avoided getting hit 3 different times against Busick, who really tried to work that inside corner to the Bulldog designated hitter who likes to crowd the plate. Slagle is moving on the pitch, but it doesn't matter as Engel takes ball 4. And we now see runners at first and second for Algona for Ryan Weir. Weir was the lone Bulldog not to reach base in the first game of the doubleheader as he was 0 for 3. Trying to do some damage here against Busick. Pitch down and away. Nice grab on the backhanded side by Hansen, the catcher. And the count 1-0 on the Bulldog number 5 hitter as Jackson Eischen waits on deck. Well, Algona with an early situation here against Busick. And you don't know how many base runners he's going to give you today, so a prime time to try to strike of 2 outs. 1-0 pitch, cut and miss by Weir. Busick poured that one right over, and the count evens, 1 ball and 1 strike. Busick has a career-low ERA working right now, 1.48 on the season. His ERA last year was a solid 3.37, but not at the level this year's numbers are. A look towards second. Busick checks a second time and brings the 1-1. Weir swings and misses. Ball gets away from Hansen, though, and the Bulldogs move runners up to second and third base. That's going to be a pass. Ball that just popped right out of the glove of Hansen and rolled near the backstop. Weir is behind in the count, 1-2. Busick's career best ERA was a sophomore year, 1.73. But ahead of that so far of a 1.43. I make that a 1.48 current mark. Again, that 1.73 is sophomore year thus far, the benchmark for that Humboldt right-hander. Second and third now for Algona. Weir takes a pitch up at neck level for a ball, and the count evens at 2-2. In his career, Busick has 15 wins and 7 losses. He has struck out 179 batters compared to 63 walks. Holds the hands just above the belt. The Humboldt right-hander reloads for the 2-2 pitch. Called strike 3 as he froze Weir. He put that fastball right over the plate, and Weir was frozen for the third strike. The Bulldogs strand 2 runners in scoring position. 1 run, I make that no runs, 1 hit, and 2 left on base for Algona, and we stay scoreless heading to the top of the second. Humboldt and Algona on Home Country Radio KLGZ and at the Algona Radio YouTube live stream.
For over 40 years, Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports Surgeons have maintained one mission: to provide excellence in orthopedic care. Their team of 9 physicians offers specialized care in everything from arthroscopic same-day surgery to joint replacement, as well as hand and foot surgery, and have an orthopedic surgeon on call 24/7. Healthcare isn't about appointments, it's about taking care of people, and that's their specialty. Visit Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports Surgeons on the web at nwiabone.com.
We've got more Sports Club members making this broadcast possible on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
Algona Frame and Auto Body. We meet by accident.
Water connection, from softeners to bottled water and service. Call 295-SOFT.
Algona Pizza Ranch. There's so much to love.
Cotton Grave Farm Management and Land Realty, downtown Algona. Trusted for farmland service needs since 1960.
Algona Livestock. Sales every Monday.
Countryside Barbecue Sauce. 2 sauces for all seasons.
All bringing you this broadcast on the radio.
It's the Humboldt half of the second inning. No score between the Humboldt Wildcats and Algona Bulldogs on Home Country Radio KLGZ and at the Algona Radio YouTube stream. 4, 5, and 6 for the Wildcats with Griffin Grote, Keegan Grote, and Cohen Matson against Aiden Ulrich, who worked a lightning-quick first inning, punching out 2 batters, and he brings strike 1 to Griffin Grote. Grote in the first game struck out and was hit by a pitch against Tate Slagle. Slagle throwing that 12 strikeout, 1 hitter in 5 innings as the Bulldogs beat Humboldt 11-0 in 5 in game 1. Ulrich winds and delivers, and he puts another fastball over for a strike, working ahead quickly, 0-2 on Grote. Well, Algona's pitching staff, they have been very stingy with the walks this season as Ulrich works ahead 0-2 and shakes off the first sign from his catcher Slagle. He and Slagle flipping places here in game 2 of the doubleheader, as he just missed on that one. Grote now for 1-2 count. Coming into today, Algona's pitchers had walked just 59 batters, the 5th least in Class 3A, 2nd least in the North Central behind Class 2A Iowa Falls Alden. Breaking ball waved at and missed. Aiden Ulrich mixes up the speeds on Griffin Grote, and he has his 3rd punch out in 4 batters, 1 out now in the top of the second. Keegan Grote will not bat after Griffin Grote is set down via the punch out. Starting left fielder in this game for Humboldt. As we mentioned earlier, in case you missed it, Bulldogs softball team getting a win over the Wildcats. Algona softball team now 11-4. That pitch is lined towards second base, right into the glove of Brooks Coleman. Keegan Grote with a soft line out, and it's been 5 up, 5 down so far for the Wildcats on very efficient work by Aiden Ulrich. Hardly a pitch out of the strike zone. Cohen Matson, left-handed hitting right fielder, will try to get Humboldt their first base runner of the game as we play in the top of the second. The Bulldogs have won 10 out of 11 on the softball diamond. I walked over there in between games. They were packing it in over there. Big crowd tonight for the softball game, and some of them have migrated over here to the baseball complex. That ball is fouled back. Little check swing as that one will head towards the parking lot. 0-1 on Cohen Matson. Chase Hansen on deck for Humboldt. That Bulldog softball team, though, they are some kind of locked in right now. They'll play Emmetsburg tomorrow night. 0-1 pitch. Wave and a miss. Tied him up on a nasty breaking pitch, and the count is 0-2. Boy, everything in the zone so far by Ulrich. The fastballs, the breaking balls, the changeups. He's working with an 0-2 count. Just off the outside corner. Competitive 0-2 pitch, but maybe a baseball length or two outside. And a good eye by Madsen to make it a 1-2 count. A good competitive 0-2 pitch, though. You can tell by Madsen's body language he was thinking about it. As Madsen's choked up an inch on the left-handed bat. 1-2 pitch in at his feet, and he somehow got out of the way of that one. Madsen slaps his bat, and I think he is maybe thinking he should have just taken that one and gotten Humboldt their first base runner. In any case, though, it's now a 2-2 count, as outfield is towards right center field for the left-handed hitting Madsen, playing him as a slight pull hitter. A bit of a different approach than game one of the doubleheader. Ulrich's 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball just tapped at the plate. Madsen barely got a piece of that one as Ulrich tried to go with the put-away pitch. But Madsen fights it off, and we stay at a 2-2 count. Cohen Madsen came into today having just struck out twice. Did strike out once against Schlegel in that first game as he was 0-2. 2-2 pitch. Little tapper back towards the mound. It's out of the reach of Ulrich. It goes to Kuhlman at second base. Kuhlman throws to first. Not in time. Madsen beats out the play, and Humboldt has an infield single. I think Bulldogs just got caught in between defensively there. Kuhlman might have thought that Ulrich was going to get to that ball. It was out of his reach, though, and then Kuhlman just waited back for an extra hop at second base, and that cost him the time it took Madsen to get to first. Madsen is a speedy runner down there for Humboldt, so he was able to beat that infield single, and Humboldt has their first hit of game two and just second overall hit today. So 1 on 2 outs, and Chase Hansen will get a chance to bat. The right-handed hitting catcher, as he was the starting pitcher in game one of this doubleheader. Not choked up on the bat at all, hitting on the inside part of the batter's box. Ulrich from the stretch for the first time, and Hansen chased a breaking ball that was upstairs, and he went after it as the count is 0-1. Outfield towards left center field for Hansen. Medium deep are the Bulldogs. Mason Ulrich at first base holds on Cohen Madsen. Humboldt by far leads the NCC in steals, and it's not even close. But Tate Schlegel, a great arm behind home plate. Decent-sized lead for Madsen at first base. He stutter steps, and that pitch is in there for a called strike, 0-2. Humboldt this year has swiped 104 bags. St. Edmund second in the conference with 64 steals. Algona third with 58. Those were the numbers coming into today. So Humboldt, about 40 steals over the next closest team. Pick off to first base. Ulrich throws it over there half-heartedly just to tell Madsen, hey, I'm giving you a look. Madsen easily dives back in as the count is 0-2. No score, top of the second inning. Humboldt and Algona as Aiden Ulrich tries to work around that infield single with 2 outs. His pitch to Hansen. That is up and in. Hansen barely budging, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. A little bit cloudy now, but much less threatening clouds than we saw in game one, where it looked like we were going to get a few raindrops in the area, or even a little bit of that blob on the radar touching us, but it veered around us. 1-2 pitch, Madsen is running, a swing, and a miss for strike 3. The throw on to second base doesn't matter as the inning is over. Aiden Ulrich strikes out his 4th batter of the game, and we stay scoreless heading to the bottom of the second from Humboldt High School and on Home Country Radio, KLGZ.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
Central Financial Group, where you belong.
Down to Earth Tree Service, your local Algona Tree Service.
Styles Salon, your salon in Algona. Create yourself.
Farm and Home Services. View their listings at farmhomeservices.com.
Holmes Animal Clinic, animals large and small. They love them all.
Dance Connection and Tumbling by Michelle. Passionate about teaching, creative about dance. Visit their studio or danceconnectionbymichelle.com.
All bringing you this ball game.
We've got more sports club members making this broadcast possible on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
TAFE Wellness Center in Algona and Armstrong, keeping athletes in the game with chiropractic care. Take charge of your health.
Lichter's Garage Door Service and new installations. A reputation you can trust. Call 515-295-5988.
Ed Service Station, service you can trust.
J&J Custom Meats, continuing the traditions in Whittemore.
Ulrich Construction, let them do the work.
Sports club members bringing you this game.
No score in the Battle of Highway 169 between the Algona Bulldogs and Humboldt Wildcats. Bottom of the second inning here in Humboldt as Algona, the home team for Game 2 of the doubleheader, batting with Jackson Eischen, Mason Ulrich, and Brooks Kuhlman do up this inning. What a good game in Game 1 of this doubleheader by Jackson Eischen. Swung the bat very well as he was 2 for 3 in that ball game. Had a steal in the Bulldog 11-0 victory as he takes strike one from Isaiah Busick. Outfield playing him towards left center as there's a breaking ball that hits him in the thigh, and the Bulldogs will have a base runner start off the inning as Eischen gets plunked there by Busick. So runner at first base, nobody out, and Mason Ulrich, the first baseman for Algona, stepping in. Right-handed hitter wearing jersey number 27 on this cloudy night here in Humboldt. Had some beautiful sunshine in between the two games, but we'll take the clouds as long as it doesn't rain. I'll tell you what, folks, when I was setting up for Game 1 of this doubleheader, I am outside here tonight. I'm not up in any press box, and Mother Nature was spitting a little rain on me while I was setting up, but it then stopped raining, and it's held off here throughout the night. It was Mother Nature's way of saying, nah, I'm not going to rain on you tonight, but I could if I wanted to, so keep your head on your shoulders. Outfield towards left center for Ulrich. Mason Ulrich taking, and there's a called strike to even the count. 1-1 from Isaiah Busick. Busick started both of Humboldt's games against Algona last year. Both of them Algona wins, but two very different games. As Busick's 1-1 pitch, little dribbler towards third base. Van Pelt waits back on it. He'll gun it across the diamond, and it's in time to beat Mason Ulrich. Jackson Eischen advances up to second base as Ulrich grounds out and advances the runner. Now one out, man at second base for Brooks Kuhlman. Coleman played second base, but he did not bat in Game 1 of this doubleheader, as Tate Garman will be out of the lineup here for Game 2. So Kuhlman moves into the batting order, but Coleman, the freshman, comes in, 1 of 22 at the plate. 2 runs driven in for the Bulldogs. But last year, Algona got to Busick in that first game, gave up 10 runs in 3 2/3 innings here at the Wildcat Baseball Diamond. That Bulldog 15-5 win as that pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1. Algona was out 7-0 in that game to the early lead, never looked back. Game 2, though, Busick pitched a lot better in that June 17th matchup. Pitched 5 innings, struck out 9 and only walked 1. Gave up 3 runs and allowed 4 hits. Put Humboldt in a position to win that game, but Bulldogs ultimately walked it off in the 7th as there's a flare foul first base side and a diving effort by Grote. That ball was a couple of feet beyond the glove of Grote, but he's still in full extension, sliding across the grass there first base side. And the count 0-2 on Kuhlman. It is a large foul territory once you get past the first and third base dugouts here at the Humboldt Wildcat Baseball Diamond, especially in the outfield. It is a cavernous expanse in foul territory. 0-2 pitch, down and away for a ball, good take by Kuhlman, and the count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Levi Walker on deck for Algona. As Eischen dances around at second base, Cirques the second baseman, playing a little closer to the bag. Big hole between first and second. 1-2 pitch, and Kuhlman fights that one off right over the bleachers. 1-2 count. This is the type of game where your lineup really gets tested. No Garmin in there for Algona in Game 2, and then Humboldt saves their ace Busick for the second game. 1-2 pitch, check swing, and it stayed in. Busick was hoping that ball would tail back over the inside corner, but it did not. And the count 2-2 here to Kuhlman, who was almost fooled by that one. Was very enticed to go after it. The freshman batting out of that squared stance, awaiting Busick's 2-2. Up high for a ball, it stayed above the letters. 3-2 count as Busick takes a deep sigh on the mound, having not gotten Kuhlman to chase his last 2 offerings. 3-2 count, runner at second base. 1 out in the Bulldog half of the second inning. No score between Algona and Humboldt in Game 2 of this doubleheader. 3-2 pitch, a cut and a miss for strike 3. Busick elevated the fastball, and Kuhlman chased after ball 4 as he will be out number 2 of the inning. It's up to Levi Walker now, as Walker did get on base in that first game. He went 1 for 3, that one being a bunt single. That was a 2-out bunt single as well, so it's not out of the question that he could bunt here and try to pass the baton to Dawson Elsbecker, just bunting for a hit. Humboldt's third baseman, Mason Van Pelt, even for the bag, and the first baseman, Grote, being called to pull in as well. Pitch to Walker, not showing bunts, he takes it. That was a called strike, 0-1. A lot of hitters with 2 outs. You play back, you're not expecting a bunt for a hit, especially for a runner at second base, but with Walker, you have to know it's a possibility before there's 2 strikes, so corner infield will be even with the bag. Busick reloads the chamber and comes with the 0-1 pitch. Up and into Walker. Count evens, 1 ball and 1 strike. It's Elsbecker on deck. Slagle in the hole for Algona. Bulldogs left 2 runners in scoring position in the first. They have a runner in scoring position right now in the second. Busick, quick look and the pitch. Swing and a miss. He came up and into Walker, and he swung at ball 2 as the count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. As Busick 1 strike away from getting out of it once again. Could be a pitcher's duel here shaping up between Isaiah Busick and Aiden Ulrich. As Busick checks second. Here's the 1-2. Walker fights that one off again. He fouls it back and he stays alive as the count stays 1-2. I will say the same thing about Busick that I said about Slagle for Algona in game 1. The more you can foul off 2-strike pitches, the more you can draw walks, the more you can drive for that pitch count and force Humboldt to use another pitcher in this game, the better it is for Algona. Whether you're score or not, you're really trying to force Busick to work very hard in his innings of work. You don't want a quick inning where Busick throws 10, 11, 12 pitches. You want him to throw 20-plus pitches an inning. The 1-2 pitch. Called strike 3 at the letters. Walker is frozen, and Busick K's back-to-back batters. Algona has left 3 runners in scoring position as we head to the 3rd inning. No score between Algona and Humboldt on Home Country Radio, KLGZ.
Thank you to these sports club members bringing you this game on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
Good Samaritan Society, Algona's senior housing and services rooted in God's love.
Feed Mill Coffee Company, Algona's locally owned coffee shop.
Tangle Salon for all your cuts, colors, hair extensions, and massage therapy needs.
Schindler Lawn Care and Landscaping, 515-320-3840.
All bringing you this ball game.
Thank you to these sports club members bringing you this game.
Runkey Brothers Full Service. Experience the Runkey Brothers difference for all your auto service and repair needs.
Hy-Vee. Use the Fuel Saver card. Fill your cart, fuel your car.
North Iowa Appliance Center, Highway 18 East in Algona, where they sell the best and service the rest.
Erpelding Excavating Enterprises. Let them take care of your grading, excavating, and drainage needs.
Erpelding Void & Company CPAs. They're not just about taxes.
Sports club members bringing you this game.
Back here at Humboldt High School for the top half of the 3rd inning. No score between Algona and Humboldt on Home Country Radio and at the Algona Radio YouTube stream. Algona took game 1 of this doubleheader by a final count of 11-0. It was the 10th time in 20 games this season where the Bulldogs have scored at least 10-plus runs, and they improved to 11-0 in the North Central Conference. If Algona wins in game 2, they clinch the conference title outright, and they eliminate the second-place Wildcats from conference title contention for the 2nd year in a row. But long way to go in this one. No scores. Avion Sutterfield will bat, followed by Chase Flaherty and Mason Van Pelt. Sutterfield taking up high for a ball. 1-0 count from Aiden Ulrich. Ulrich has only allowed 1 hit through 2 innings. That was an infield single of 2 outs in the 2nd. As the Bulldog righty goes back to work. 1-0 pitch. Went off speed, but that one stayed up and in for a ball. 2-0 count. Aiden Ulrich will be heading off to Central College to continue his baseball career next season. Heading to Pella. As it's a 2-0 count right now from Ulrich. Bulldog right-hander into the motion. Winds in the 2-0. Pours that one right over the plate for a cold strike. Count goes to 2-1. As the outfield plays Sutterfield towards left center. Off the velocity that Tate Slagle brings. In game 1, Bulldogs are playing pretty much everyone to the opposite field. They're at a more normal defensive alignment here in game 2 where they're playing the Humboldt batters to pull the ball. And Ulrich still brings good velocity, but not quite the low 90s you're sometimes seeing from Slagle. Ulrich with the 3-1 pitch. And that's a called strike as Sutterfield was a quarter of the way to first base. And he will come back to the batter's box. Count goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes. Slagle did not catch the ball behind home plate, and sometimes when that happens, that ends up resulting in a ball, but that one was over the plate as the count is full, 3-2. Your umpires for game 2, the same as game 1. Ulrich with the full count pitch to Sutterfield. A wave and a miss for strike 3. He put him away with the fastball. Aiden Ulrich already 5 Ks in this game, and that is out number 1 of the inning. Chase Flaherty, the batter for Humboldt. Well, Flaherty had the only base hit of the game for Humboldt in the game 1 of this doubleheader, but it wasn't Chase Flaherty. It was Jackson Flaherty. As Flaherty in that game, 1 for 2. Chase Flaherty will swing and miss at this one for a strike. Chase batting .203 on the season. He's behind in the count, 0-1 on Aiden Ulrich. Ulrich into the motion, and the 0-1 pitch. That is popped foul behind home plate, and it'll be an 0-2 count. Both Flahertys for Humboldt have the ability to catch and play good defense behind home plate, And both rounding out the batting order in the number 9 spot. One in game 1 of this doubleheader and one in game 2. Chase Flaherty, the DH here in this one. Pitch to him. There's a soft line drive towards center field. Elsbecker charging in, but he has to play it on one hop. How about that? 2 of the 3 hitters for Humboldt today that have gotten base hits have been Flaherty's, as Chase Flaherty has the second hit of this game too, joining Cohen Matson, who also has a base hit. And it'll be 1 out of 1 on for the Wildcats as it's back to the top of the order of Mason Van Pelt. Well, your umpires for game 2 as they were for game 1, Kent Jorgensen, Bryce Hamilton, and Corey Kuhlman. Getting a 3-umpire crew tonight for this NCC matchup. Primetime NCC games here of conference implications. The 2 field umpires and 1 home plate umpire, obviously. Van Pelt 0 for 1 off a strikeout so far in this game. Bats of a man on and 1 out. Breaking ball to Van Pelt, and that's a beauty. Inside corner from Ulrich, called strike, 0-1. Nothing you can do on that pitch for your Van Pelt. You just take that one and hope the umpire calls it a ball. Outfield towards left center for the Humboldt senior right-handed hitter, who came into today batting .361. Pick off to first base. Closer play as Flaherty dives back in, but he was safe. It's been a much more subdued Humboldt first base dugout after that 11-0 game in game 1. As Ulrich delivers, there's a ground ball towards first base. High hop to Mason Ulrich. He'll go to second base for 1. The turn by Eischen, and not quite in time. Van Pelt, the leadoff hitter, hustled down there, and he beat out the fielder's choice, but the Bulldogs do erase the lead runner, as that'll go 3-6 in your scorebook and result in out number 2 of the inning. But that Wildcat dugout, they came into this game fired up, of course. There's no overlooking either of these teams. When it's the Battle of Highway 169, that game is circled on the schedule. But the Wildcat dugout, they were chattering and hooting and hollering in game 1, bringing a lot of energy, but that 11th game took a lot of wind out of the sails. You could tell by the 4th inning the momentum was long gone at that point, especially with the way that Slagle was throwing in game 1. Runner moving at first base. That ball hit in the air towards left center field. This is going to be a long run. Alsbecker on his horse into the gap, and making the catch is Owen Moe. Alsbecker and Moe converged, and Moe takes charge to make the grab as Isaiah Busick is retired on the first pitch flyout. Humboldt leaves the runner stranded on base, and we stay scoreless. Bottom of 3 coming up next on Home Country Radio KLGZ and at the Algona Radio YouTube stream.
When you need cash on the go, there's no need to pay a surcharge fee with MoneyPass. Iowa State Bank is proud to be part of the MoneyPass network of surcharge-free ATMs found nationwide. Look for the green and blue MoneyPass symbol on over 32,000 ATMs across the nation. Or find an ATM near your vacation spot or travel destination at moneypass.com. MoneyPass, another way that Iowa State Bank helps people succeed. Member FDIC.
More Sports Club members.
Lusher Family Dentistry, serving your family since 1965 on Call Street in Algona.
Algona Plumbing and Heating, where a good flush beats a full house.
Kasuth Regional Health Center, your home for health care.
Walker Chiropractic and Wellness, caring for Algona, Sway City, and surrounding areas with chiropractic, nutritional, and physical therapy services.
Reeves Wicked Good Bar and Grill, for wicked good food, drinks, and service, you gotta go to Reeves.
High Point Land Company, your trusted land partner in Algona.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
Back to the top of the batting order for the Algona Bulldogs as we play in the 3rd inning. No score between Algona and Humboldt on Home Country Radio KLGZ and at the Algona Radio YouTube stream. Isaiah Busick has stranded 3 runners in scoring position so far as he comes up and into Elsbecker. Ball 1 on the first offering. Elsbecker, Slagle, and Ulrich here in the bottom of the 3rd for Algona, trying to sweep the doubleheader from Humboldt. Bulldogs have now won 3 in a row against the Wildcats dating back to last season. Busick finds his own on the second offering at the letters to Elsbecker. The count evens 1 ball and 1 strike. Elsbecker flat up to center field his first time up. The classic Battle of Highway 169. 2 old school NCC rivals going at it tonight here in Humboldt as Busick goes off speed and pours that over for a strike. 1-2 count. We definitely need some sort of traveling trophy for this game as the 1-2 pitch. There's a roller towards third base, and that'll stay foul. Not by much, but it did as Van Pelt charged in to try to make the play. Maybe the teams can trade back and forth that home run jacket that Algona has in their first base dugout, although I guess the Bulldogs probably won't be too willing to give that one up. 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball stayed inside as Elsbecker leaned back from it, and the count evens 2-2. Aiden Ulrich got to wear that home run jacket twice in the first game of this doubleheader. Homering once to right center field and once to left. 2-2 pitch, up and in. That one buzzed the tower of Elsbecker, who is jaws on the ground right now. He did not like the idea of the fastball being up and in as the count goes full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. My only question about that Bulldog home run jacket is, who's in charge of washing that thing? That's got to smell terrible, doesn't it? The next pitch is a wave and a miss for strike 3. Busick tied up Ellsbecker up and in on that fastball. That's good pitching by Busick. He had that one pitch get away from him that almost hit Ellsbecker that was up and in, but he brought that next one just a little more down and a little more over the plate. High inside corner, and it was an uncomfortable swing for Ellsbecker for strikeout number 1 of the inning. Pitch to Tate Slagle is just a bit off the outside corner for a ball, 1-0 count. Slagle singled back in the first inning, as Busick now has 4 punch-outs, playing here in the bottom of the third. But that dugout for the Bulldogs has passed around that home run jacket quite a bit this season. Bulldogs have now hit 10 home runs, moving past Humboldt for first in the North Central Conference with most homers. Of course, Slagle and Ulrich have both homered on the season, but Mason Ulrich's also homered, and Jackson Eischen has as well. That pitch inside to Tate Slagle, and the count goes 3-0. Busick trying to stay right on the corner there to Tate Slagle and not lay anything over the plate. Otherwise, Slagle will be wearing a home run jacket before too long as well. 3-0 pitch. He had the green light, and he went right after it. It might have been up high for ball 4, but that high fastball is so tempting as Slagle tried to get on top of it. 3-1 count as Slagle still in the driver's seat. He wants to get back into that team lead in home runs. Busick to the plate with the 3-1, and that one is at the knees for a strike, 3-2 count. Slagle is certainly capable of hitting the ball to the opposite field on a pitch like that, but you're fine with that if you're Busick. You'd rather have Slagle hit an opposite field single than pull a bomb to the left and make it a 1-0 game. 3-2 pitch. Called strike 3. Slagle threw the bat back towards the third base dugout as he was not in agreement, but he is frozen on the third strikeout. Or the third strike, I should say. That's the 5th strikeout by Busick, and it's 2 up, 2 down, both on Ks in the third inning by Algona. Boy, Bulldogs let Busick off the hook a couple of times in the first and second inning, and he is a lot sharper here in the third so far. Aiden Ulrich, Mr. Home Run from game 1, attacks the first pitch, flies it into foul territory first base side, as that one will go into the bullpen area of Humboldt. The bullpen's on the field over there, but in this huge foul territory, 0 chance for Matson to get over to that ball. 0-1 count on Ulrich. Ulrich just has such natural power. I mean, we've seen him homer to any part of the field. Last year in the sub-state game against North Polk, hit a home run to dead center. Of course, he can pull a home run to left field, can hit it out to right. As he chased a breaking ball, that one had him tied up in knots, and he's behind in the count. 0-2 against Busick. Aiden Engel on deck. 0s on the board so far. No runs, 2 hits for Humboldt. No runs, 1 hit for Algona. Bottom of the third inning. Busick reloads for the 0-2. Up high to Ulrich. 1 ball and 2 strikes on the Bulldog senior. Humboldt will have 3, 4, and 5 in their batting order in the next inning. As Busick comes to the plate with the 1-2. Ulrich hits that one well. Deep towards the right center field gap again. Racing back is Matson. Looking up, and it's off the wall on the fly. Ulrich chugging towards second base. The throw will go through on 2 hops, but Ulrich slides in safely. What an evening so far by Aiden Ulrich. Opposite field double. He is just hitting so well right now. Locked in this doubleheader, and a great opposite field swing. He hit the foul ball to right field earlier in that at bat. That time plugged the gap in right center field, as even with Matson's speed, he couldn't get to that ball. And the Bulldogs once again have a runner in scoring position. It's the third inning, and they've had at least 1 man in scoring position all 3 innings against Busick. Now can Aiden Engel deliver? Engel walks his first time up. Bats out of a squared right-handed stance. Holds the bat almost vertical as Busick fires. And that is popped foul first base side. That's in play. Giving it a look is Grote. Long run, and Grote can't quite make the basket catch. That was a long run into this big foul territory, and Grote is frustrated that he couldn't make that grab, but that would have been an incredible play had he been able to make it. And Engel alive with an 0-1 count. Second hit of the game for Algona. Slagle has 1. That was back in the first. And then Ulrich, that opposite field double in this third inning. See if Busick goes breaking ball here on the 0-1. He did. Snapped off a beauty that time. It's 0-2. He likes to get strike 1 and then tries to get off the fastball on that second pitch. At least so far in this ball game he has, as he steps off the mound and runs through the signs again at the catcher Hansen. The Humboldt senior Isaiah Busick looked towards second base, and taking off his Ulrich, he had it timed up, but that pitch is in there for a called strike 3. Aiden Ulrich was stealing third base, but it doesn't matter because Busick extinguishes Aiden Engel on 3 pitches, and the Bulldogs are done on the third. For the third inning in a row, Algona strands a man in scoring position, and we stay scoreless. Top of the 4th next on Home Country Radio and at the Algona Radio YouTube channel.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
Signworks Inc. For all your signage needs and printed apparel, stop in or call 295-9544.
New Way K&H Co-op, delivering exceptional value through knowledge and innovation.
West Bend Ford, meeting your service, new and used vehicle needs.
Tom Eischen Sales, your store in the country, carrying Steel and Toro products and Green Mountain pellet grills.
PMC Advantage Insurance Services, insuring our neighbors for over 80 years.
All sponsors of this game broadcast. High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
American Glass. For all your glass needs, think American.
Farm Bureau Financial Agents Dave Beisch, Daniel Foth, and Michael Tull.
Chemco Tires. They're all you need to know about tires and service.
Wykert Realtors, the 515 Agency, a fresh approach to real estate.
Grassmasters. Growing satisfied customers.
Iowa Lakes Community College, your community, your college.
Glenn's Green Thumb. From a small seed, something beautiful will grow.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
As we come back to Humboldt High School, no score between the Algona Bulldogs and Humboldt Wildcats on KLGZ, Home Country Radio, and the Algona Radio YouTube stream. Humboldt heading for the middle of their batting order as Valley Davis, Griffin Grote, and Keegan Grote will face Aiden Ulrich for the second time today. Aiden Ulrich pitched against Isaiah Busick. Both matchups last year when Algona played Humboldt. Both for Bulldog wins as Ulrich winds and fires. Upstairs for a ball. 1-0 count. Ulrich was only the pitcher of record in one of those 2 games, though. That 15-5 Bulldog win over Humboldt in the first meeting between these teams, as he got a no decision in the second game. Ulrich's 1-0 pitch. That ball's hit high in the air, fairly deep to right field. Backpedaling is Walker. Walker to the fence. He jumps, and he can't make the catch, and it's gone. It is gone to right field. Valley Davis for Humboldt with a quick strike, and the Wildcats are on the board. 1-0 over the Bulldogs in the top of the 4th inning. Once again, folks, like I said, the wind is blowing out to right field, as we mentioned, with that Ulrich home run earlier today. That ball got up a mile high in the air, and it's less of a breeze here in Game 2. Walker tracked it back, looked like he had a beat on it, leapt at the wall, and it just cleared that fence and right. So Valley Davis leaves the yard, and Humboldt strikes here against Ulrich. That is Davis's 3rd home run of the season. There's a big cut and a miss by Griffin Grote for strike 1. Grote, a strikeout victim his first time around. Well, for the first time today, the Wildcat crowd and the Wildcat dugout has something to cheer about. Wildcats up 1-0 here on Home Country Radio, KLGZ Algona, 98.5 FM, AM 1600, and at the Algona Radio YouTube stream as Ulrich works ahead 0-2 against Griffin Grote. The next offering, that's a bit up high for a ball. Grote not tempted, and the count goes to 1-2. Bulldogs come into this week ranked number 6 in Class 3A. Picked up a Game 1 win over Humboldt in this doubleheader to improve to 17-3. And they will take on Storm Lake tomorrow night. Road trip over to Storm Lake for a non-conference game. After that, the Bulldogs don't play again until the weekend, but they'll be at Ankeny's baseball tournament, and they will take on state-ranked Class 3A number 5 Ballard. They will also take on Boone, who received votes in the state rankings for Class 3A, so really big testing week for the Bulldogs as the 1-2 pitch. Line drive towards the right center field gap, and Grote gets that one down for a base hit. Walker on his horse, but it's right by him. It's by him to the fence. Grote around second base. He's looking to go for 3. He's at a full sprint right now, and the relay throw is not in time. Throw knocked down to third base by Weirs. It kicks into foul territory, but not far away for Grote to go anywhere, and it's a triple to the right center field gap. Walker took a pretty harsh angle to the ball that time, a straight line angle, and he just couldn't get over there and cut it off as it got by him. And all of a sudden, Humboldt swinging the bat a lot better against Ulrich the second time for the batting order. A home run by Davis, then a triple by the number 4 hitter Grote. And the Wildcats have 4 hits and a chance to add more runs with Keegan Grote coming to the plate. Keegan Grote, a soft line at second base his first time up. Nobody out in the top half of the 4th inning from Humboldt. Aiden Ulrich back to work as he fires to Grote. Breaking ball down and in. Slagle catches it on the forehand side behind home plate. 1-0 count. Aiden Ulrich last year against Humboldt. That first game, 5 innings pitched, 4 runs allowed as he walked 5 and struck out 8. Second game went just 4 innings as he delivers, and that has popped a mile high in the air. Foul territory, third base side. Will it stay in play? We're to foul territory, and that ball is going to be caught, and no advance made by the base runner. So that is big for Algona. Griffin Grote has to stay at third base as Keegan Grote fouls out for out number 1 of the inning. Colin Matson hit the infield single his first time up, and will bat with a man on third and 1 out. But game 2 against Humboldt last year, Ulrich threw 4 innings, walked 4, struck out 5, gave up 3 runs. Got a no decision in that game as Wes Strite threw 2 huge scoreless innings for the Bulldogs in that one. And then Tate Slagle pitched the 7th inning and got the win in that ball game when the Bulldogs got the walk-off in inning number 7. Matson behind 0-1 on the count after swinging and missing against Ulrich. The Bulldogs senior back to work with the 0-1 pitch. Downstairs, picked out by Slagle, and the count evens 1 ball and 1 strike. Griffin Grote with good speed at third base. Bulldog infield, not fully in, but also not back at their normal depth. They're close enough where they could maybe take a play at home plate if a ball hit directly to the infielder. 1-1 pitch. Popped up, third base side. That one's going to be close to the boundary, too. Weir into foul territory, and Weir makes the grab. No one's covering home. The throw to the plate. The tag by Slagle, and they got him. An unbelievable double play, and the inning is over. Weir, the third baseman, Ulrich, the pitcher, and Slagle, the catcher, all went in front of the third base dugout to try to make that catch. Eventually, Weir made the grab. No one was at home plate for a second, so Grote broke from third base, but Weir flipped the ball to Slagle, and Slagle won the foot race to home. What a double play to end the inning. Humboldt strikes for a run, though, on the Valley Davis solo homer. Humboldt 1, Algona nothing, as we move to the bottom half of 4 on KLGZ Home Country Radio.
When you need cash on the go, there's no need to pay a surcharge fee with MoneyPass. Iowa State Bank is proud to be part of the MoneyPass network of surcharge-free ATMs found nationwide. Look for the green and blue MoneyPass symbol on over 32,000 ATMs across the nation. Or find an ATM near your vacation spot or travel destination at MoneyPass.com. MoneyPass, another way that Iowa State Bank helps people succeed. Member FDIC.
Humboldt 1, Algona nothing. Could have been more, though. You will never see another double play like that, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Weir catching the foul pop-up in front of the Bulldog third base dugout. Then no one was covering home plate for a brief second. The runner at third base, Griffin Grote, tried to tag and score with no one covering home, but the ball was flipped to Slagle, the catcher. Slagle had realized just in time that home plate wasn't covered as he started sprinting to home. Weir flipped him the ball, and then Slagle won the foot race to home plate as he tags out Grote, and the inning comes to an end. Valley Davis with a solo home run. It gives Humboldt a 1-0 lead earlier that inning, but could have been more because Griffin Grote, the ensuing batter, tripled. Nobody out, runner at third base, and the Bulldogs limit it to just 1 run. And everyone's going to be valuable here against Isaiah Busick. It's not out of the question. This could be a 1-0 or a 2-1 or a 3-2 type of game, with 2 of the best pitchers in the NCC going at it tonight. Ball 1 delivered to Ryan Weir. Weir struck out his first time up, batting now in the bottom of the 4th. 1 run on 4 hits for Humboldt. No runs, 2 hits for Algona in game 2 as Weir takes inside corner for a called strike. Count is even at 1-1. Algona's had opportunities, but they haven't gotten that big hit yet against Isaiah Busick. Stranding 4 runners on base. All 4 of those in scoring position. Busick's 1-1. Weir flies that in the air, pretty well hit to right field. Matson is racing back. Matson looking up. It's off the fence. Weir will chug around towards second base, and he will head right there as that ball got underneath the fence on a ground rule double. I don't know how they built this fence out here in Humboldt, but that's the second time tonight a ball has gone underneath the fence. I think that would have been double either way. I don't think Weir is going to stretch that into a triple, but in any case, he nearly left the yard to right. The flag's still blowing out towards right. I'm just amazed by how much that ball is carrying there tonight. As Coach Slagle's going to come out and talk about the ground ruling there with the ball going under the fence. He's saying, "Are you sure that wasn't a home run?" And the field umpire's saying, "I'm pretty sure it wasn't." That ball hit about halfway up on the fence and then just kind of deflected and somehow got through underneath that Humboldt outfield wall. But Algona has a good start to the inning. Jackson Eischen batting for Ryan Weir at second. And Boy, sometimes you'd bunt in this situation, but with the way Eichen's swinging the bat, I'm not 100% sure that's an automatic call here. Eichen has hit the ball well up the middle so far today. You're thinking as a batter, if you do swing away, a middle and opposite field type of approach. You go for the base hit, of course, but even if you don't get it, the runner advances to third in that situation. Easier said than done, though, against a good strikeout pitcher of Isaiah Busick. Sirks, the second baseman, trying to hold the runner rear close as Busick gives him the check. Eichen will square around to bunt as he shows it early. The Humboldt infield is way back, and now time's called at home plate. And Eichen frustrated with himself for showing that early. The Humboldt infield was not expecting bunt. Van Pelt at the third base corner and Grote at the first base corner. They were both way back, but now they're going to come in. As Algona is playing to at least tie the game here in the bottom of the fourth. Busick will check on second. Eichen squares, he pulls it back, and that's a called strike. Eichen thought it was down low, but the home plate umpire did not agree as the count goes to 0-1. We mentioned big week for the Bulldogs schedule-wise. Humboldt is going to host Spirit Lake tomorrow, but trying to at least salvage this doubleheader against Algona first after the Bulldogs won the first game. This next pitch bunted first base side. It's a good bunt. First baseman Grote makes the grab. He throws, and the second baseman Sirks will cover. Sacrifice bunt is complete. Ryan Weir goes to third base, and John Ball done there for Eichen. Grote gave a brief glimpse towards third base. He charged so quickly that time that he thought he might have a play, but probably wisely decided against it and just took the out at first base. Busick has stranded so many runners so far today in scoring position. You at least want to give him a chance to put a strikeout on the board here and do that again. As Mason Ulrich takes that pitch over the inside corner for a called strike, 0-1. Mason Ulrich batting. Brooks Coolman on deck. Algona trying to tie it. Down 1-0 in the fourth, but a runner at third base. And only one out. Corner infielders even for the bag. Middle infielders at the cut of the grass as Ulrich with a mighty cut in the miss, and the count goes to 0-2. Much like Algona, Humboldt doesn't bring the infield all the way in, but more part way in, where if a ball gets hit right at an infielder, you have a pretty good opportunity to throw home. Busick's 0-2. Inside for a ball and down 1-2 count. That was a breaking ball that started at the leg of Ulrich, but almost broke back over the plate. By the time it did, though, it was low and out of the zone. Busick does work from the stretch. With the runner at third base, he looks. And he reloads for the 1-2. And Ulrich flies that in the air towards right field. Matson is coming in. This could be interesting. Matson underneath as he makes the grab. Tagging is Weir. He hesitates. He goes through the cutoff to the plate. And plenty of time. And Weir, for the head first slide, is tagged out. Inning is ended on a double play on the relay throw by Humboldt. And Weir just hesitated a little bit when he took off, and that allowed Humboldt to get a good relay to the plate and end the inning. Wildcats keep the Bulldogs off the board. It's 1-0 Humboldt. We move now to the top of the fifth on Home Country Radio KLGZ and the Algona Radio YouTube stream.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
AK's Chrome Kitchen. When you come in, your family.
Farmers State Bank is proud to be part of our community. Offices in Algona, Whittemore, and West Bend.
Stroman Dental, giving you something to smile about.
Phil's Auto and Truck Repair. Service is the difference.
Trend Salon, your complete family hair salon. It's all about you.
Oakcrest Funeral Services, celebrating a life lived.
All bringing you this game on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
Where you bank matters. Hi, I'm Sherry Bacon at Security State Bank, and we're relationship bankers. We get to know our customers and understand their financial needs. We're locally owned and operated, which means family, community, and service always comes first. So come to Security State Bank. We'll treat you like family. Security State Bank in Algona, Burt, and Laverne. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Security State Bank.
The leadoff double for Algona in the fourth inning does no damage, and Humboldt stays on top 1-0 moving to the fifth as Aiden Ulrich goes back to work. Chase Hansen, Avion Sutterfield, and Chase Flaherty, the batters this inning for Humboldt. The first batter, Hansen, will watch the first pitch as it grazes the inside corner for a called strike. 0-1 from Ulrich. Both teams running into the third out on the base paths during the fourth inning. That wild double play turned by Algona on the foul ball, third base side, to end the top of the fourth. Then Humboldt, a more traditional relay play to home plate to avert the sacrifice fly as pitches downstairs for a ball to even the count at 1-1. I'm not sure if the coaches sent Weir from third base on the sacrifice fly, or if Weir went on his own accord. I'd imagine they sent him because he hesitated at first, almost like he wasn't going to go, but I think he heard either the dugout or Coach Slagle at third base yelling, "Go, go, go," so he tried to re-accelerate, and Humboldt had him by quite a bit at home plate. Now, it was a good call by Humboldt and their catcher, Hansen. Hansen, the catcher, called for them to cut off the ball and then relay it to home instead of letting the throw go straight through, as the 2-1 by Ulrich is flied in the air towards left field, medium deep, but that's not going anywhere as Owen Moe settles underneath it and he drops the ball. He drops the ball and it'll be a leadoff base runner for Humboldt as Hansen's on first base. That was just a mile up and it popped right out of the glove as Humboldt starts off the inning of a base runner against Aiden Ulrich as he will try to work around the air. The Bulldogs' first here of Game 2. Avion Sutterfield, who struck out his first time up, will now bat. And Jackson Kirchhoff going to first base for Humboldt. Kirchhoff, will go to first base as he will be the runner in this situation for Hansen, running for the catcher. So Kirchhoff at first, nobody out, and Sutterfield the batter. But going back to that sacrifice fly attempt by the Bulldogs, Hansen, the catcher, called for the cutoff play because the throw is actually going to be offline and up the third base side, but the cutoff man was able to redirect the ball and get it to home plate on target and in plenty of time to get Weir, as Hansen was able to turn around and wait for Weir to come sliding right into him. So Bulldogs did not score in the fourth. Algona's had a runner in scoring position every single inning so far they've been up to bat, but they have not broken through against Isaiah Busick as Humboldt leads it 1-0. Kirchhoff at first base. Squaring to butt is Sutterfield. He pulls it back, and the ball gets away from Slagle. It kicks up to the first base side, and that will allow Kirchhoff to go to second base. So Wildcats get something better than a bunt. And now, frankly, you can leave the bunt on here, and Sutterfield can try to get him to third base, where a sacrifice fly by the next batter gets him home and gives Humboldt a 2-0 lead, which, at this point, that second run feels potentially massive out there in second. Top of the fifth inning, Humboldt on top of Algona, 1-0. Wildcats, remember, they're the visiting team here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Pick off to second base, and diving back in safely is Kirchhoff. Bulldogs gave him a check there of the shortstop Eischen trying to sneak in behind, but he made it back safely. Both teams have one error here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Ulrich checks on second base, squaring and pulling the bat back is Sutterfield, but he takes a called strike as that pitch grazed the inside corner, and the count 1-2. Chase Flaherty on deck. Mason Van Pelt in the hole for Humboldt. And the Wildcats trying to add a potentially big insurance run here in the fifth. Ulrich hands it the belt. Looks at second and brings the 1-2. Swing and a miss for strike three. That looping breaking ball got Sutterfield for the first out of the inning. But that effectively works the same way as the bunt did. Now, of course, you would have loved to see him get that bunt down and get the runner to third base, but he came to the plate with nobody out and a runner at first, and he wanted to bunt him to second base. The wild pitch obviously gave the runner at second base eventually, but the outcome was the same as Humboldt was thinking starting the at-bat. It just ended a little differently than they expected if the wild pitch instead of the bunt getting the runner to second. But Sutterfield can't get him all the way to third as time called. Flaherty now the batter for the Wildcats. These teams traded zeros for the first three innings, and Humboldt on a solo homer by Valley Davis in the fourth, taking the 1-0 lead. Pitch to Flaherty is going to be up high at about neck level for a ball. 1-0 count on the right-handed hitting designated hitter. Chase Flaherty, a junior for Humboldt, has 8 runs driven in on the season. Wears jersey number 2, as he did not bat in Game 1 of this doubleheader. Facing the Bulldogs senior Aiden Ulrich. Ulrich checks second, and checks a second time, and a third, before bringing the 1-0 pitch. And it's a bunt back towards the mound. Ulrich grabs it. He will throw to first base, and no one's there in time to cover it. Bulldogs get crossed up defensively, and Humboldt has runners at the corners. Mason Ulrich charged in for the bunt. He was backpedaling to try to go to first base. Brooks Kuhlman is coming over as well to try to cover first base, but he wasn't there in time, so Mason Ulrich and Brooks Kuhlman ended up in the same spot at the same time. Both of them are a couple of feet off the first base bag. So when Mason Ulrich caught that throw from Aiden Ulrich, he was a couple of feet off the first base bag, and boy, the Bulldogs are gifting Humboldt base runners here this inning. That's not an error, technically speaking, but that is absolutely a play that Algona needs to turn into an out, at least one out somewhere, and now it's runners at the corners for Humboldt. Flaherty, big lead at first. Ulrich notices and tries to pick him off, but Flaherty dives back in. So an error in left field on the dropped fly ball starts the inning, and then a misplay on the defensive coverage on the bunt puts runners to the corners, and now one out. And it's back to the top of the order of Mason Van Pelt, as it'll be conference on the mound of Coach Slagle and Aiden Ulrich, and he will call on the rest of the infield as well for the Bulldogs. We'll mention how they do this conference. Our video stream on the Algona Radio YouTube channel, brought to you by many great sponsors, including Chem the Auto Center, where it's not just about the car, it's about the care. Algona Municipal Utilities, community-owned for community benefit. Algona Frame and Auto Body, we meet by accident. PMC Advantage Insurance Services, having the advantage makes all the difference. And Iowa State Bank, helping people succeed. Big opportunity now for Humboldt. Leadoff batter Mason Van Pelt. Humboldt going back to the top of their order, and runners at the corners leading 1-0 in the top of the fifth against Aiden Ulrich and the Algona Bulldogs. The future Central College pitcher and infielder Aiden Ulrich trying to keep this a 1-0 game, because Algona has gotten base runners, but they have not broken through against Isaiah Busick yet. And I've never been one to keep an accurate pitch count, folks. I sometimes try, but usually it's gone by the second inning. But I can tell you that Busick has gotten more efficient as the game has gone on. Ulrich kicks and delivers. Runner not going, and pitches on the backhand side as Slagle has to pick that one out, as it's a 1-0 count. Slagle doesn't keep that one in front, and it's 2-0 Humboldt. Slagle did the pitching in game one, got the win with 5 shutout innings, in that 5-inning, 11-0 Bulldog victory. Slagle struck out 12 as Ulrich trying to throw a gem here in game two, but trailing 1-0. Big cut and the miss by Van Pelt, trying to elevate that ball up into the outfield to get a sacrifice fly as the count evens 1-1. Flaherty at first base is not taken off yet. Kirchhoff at third base is the lead runner for the Wildcats, the courtesy runner. Ulrich brings the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball hit in the air deep towards left center field. Alsbecker racing back. He is towards the gap, and he makes the grab. Kirchhoff tags as he will come home and score easily. Throw goes into second base, and it's 2-0 Humboldt. Job well done by Mason Van Pelt. Nothing fancy in that situation, but you bring home the second run, and boy, does that feel big in this game with the way Busick is thrown. Flaherty stays at first base as Kirchhoff touches home, and it's 2-0 Wildcats. That run will be an unearned run due to the error to start this inning by Algona, and any runs from here for this inning will also be unearned, as that was not number 2 of the inning. Now Busick trying to help his own cause. Busick taking pitches downstairs. Slagle was trying to throw, but the ball popped out of his mitt. And Flaherty takes second base. It's been a tough day at the plate for Busick. He was 0 for 3 of 3 strikeouts in the first game of this doubleheader. Struck out to end the game against Tate Slagle. Now in game 2, he has flied out twice, once to right field and once to left field, 0 for 5 tonight. But with his bat, you don't anticipate that'll last forever. But if you're Aiden Ulrich, you hope it lasts at least one more batter. He looks at second base where Eischen holds the runner, and he delivers. An off-speed pitch bends over the zone for a called strike. Count even 1-1. Algona trying to stay perfect in the NCC, but they're down 2-0 here in the fifth against Humboldt. The look towards second by Ulrich on the 1-1 pitch. Oh, Busick got a good cut of that one, and he fouled it back. He'd like to see that pitch one more time as the count goes to 1-2 strikes. Got right after the fastball. Ulrich trying to minimize the damage again for Algona. Davis waits on deck, and Ulrich would certainly prefer to face him with the bases empty. Now 2 strikes. The 1-2 count. Busick will choke up on that right-handed bat. 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball down and away. That is a pitch that puts away a lot of hitters, but Busick didn't go after it, and the count evens up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. This Humboldt lineup is disciplined. They've walked 115 times this season, 5th most in Class 3A and most in the NCC. They don't swing at a ton of bad pitches. Ulrich's 2-2. There's a swing and a roller foul third base side. And that one might have been down and in, but with 2 strikes, you're pretty simply protecting on anything close, as Busick did right there, and we'll do it again off a 2-2 count. Algona in their half of the inning will have Brooks Kuhlman, Levi Walker, and Dawson Elsbecker due to bat. And Ulrich will step off the mound. Not a big insurance run at second for Humboldt. They scored 1 on the 4th and now 1 in the 5th. Chase Flaherty at second base after getting the steal for the Wildcats. Ulrich checks on the runner. Comes to the plate with the 2-2. Close pitch. The Bulldog third base dugout was calling for it, and a couple of Bulldog players were starting off the field, but it missed the zone, and the count is run full. 3-2 against Isaiah Busick. Runner at second base will not be moving as there's no one behind him, but Busick has now worked the count full after falling behind early. Ulrich doesn't like the first sign, he does like the second, and Busick wants time at home plate, and time will be granted. Darkening skies here in Humboldt. Top of the 5th inning. Wildcats, the road team here in Game 2, leading 2-0. Ulrich, the stretch and the pitch. Up high, ball 4. What an at-bat there for Busick as he worked back from the 1-2 count and eventually draws the walk against Ulrich, putting runners at first and second for the Wildcats. And it looks like the Wildcats want to run for Busick, so we'll see who they call upon from the first base dugout. Busick on base for the first time today. And it'll be Jackson Flaherty running on the bases. So Chase Flaherty at second, Jackson Flaherty at first, and Valley Davis gets a chance to bat this inning. And he could put a whole lot of hurting on the Bulldogs here if one swing of the bat. Homer to right field his first time up. A small group of young Wildcat fans have positioned themselves in right field in almost the exact spot where Davis homered last time. They're hoping he goes right there again. Ulrich's pitch, and Davis with a sky-high pop up third base side. We're into foul territory, now drifting back into fair territory, makes the grab. He makes the grab, and runners are straight at second and third as Davis claps his hands in frustration. He tried to do damage on the first pitch, but instead it's a foul out, straining runners at second and third. But the Wildcats push across another run on the sacrifice fly by Mason Van Pelt. It's Humboldt 2 and Algona nothing, moving to the bottom of 5 on KLGZ and at the Algona Radio YouTube stream.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
Central Financial Group, where you belong.
Down to Earth Tree Service, your local Algona Tree Service.
Styles Salon, your salon in Algona. Create yourself.
Farm and Home Services, view their listings at farmhomeservices.com.
Holmes Animal Clinic, animals large and small. They love them all.
Dance Connection and Tumbling by Michelle, passionate about teaching, creative about dance. Visit their studio or danceconnectionbymichelle.com.
All bringing you this ball game.
We've got more sports club members making this broadcast possible on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
TAFE Wellness Center in Algona and Armstrong, keeping athletes in the game with chiropractic care. Take charge of your health.
Lichter's Garage Door Service and new installations. A reputation you can trust. Call 515-295-5988.
Ed Service Station, service you can trust.
J&J Custom Meats, continuing the traditions in Whittemore.
Ulrich Construction, let them do the work.
Sports club members bringing you this game.
Humboldt now leading Algona 2-0 as we move to the Algona half of the 5th inning. Brooks Coolman, Levi Walker, and Dawson Elsbecker were scheduled to bat, but instead of Brooks Coolman, it'll be Sam Schucher pinch hitting for Algona. Schucher 5 for 17 at the plate so far this season as he will take ball 1 out of the zone. Coolman is over 1 today with a K, but Schucher bats here and tries to start off the rally for the Bulldogs in the 5th. And it gets late early out here, folks. Algona has 9 outs to work with against Isaiah Busick. Algona has had plenty of opportunities to score today, but they have not taken advantage of those opportunities. They've never gotten the big hit off of Busick, and it's now a 2-0 count on Schucher. A 2-0 delivery, way up high for a ball, 3-0 count. Busick has only walked 1 man today. He has hit 1 man with a pitch, and he has compiled 6 strikeouts. Just 3 hits so far for the Bulldogs in Game 2 of this doubleheader, as the 3-0 pitch is taken at the knees for a called strike. Count 3-1. Infield at normal depth. Outfield a bit towards left center field for the Bulldog pinch hitter. Sam Schucher will await the 3-1 pitch. He attacks it and he fouls it over the Humboldt first base dugout, where there's a small press box located. As we said, skies have darkened here. I'm keeping an eye on it, folks, because I'm sitting outside tonight, so we are certainly doing whatever the opposite of a rain dance is, hoping that it doesn't rain on us here before this game ends. 3-2 pitch to Schucher. Up and in, ball 4, and the Bulldogs have their second walk of the ball game. And Schucher does his job to get aboard base for Levi Walker. Well, now it's interesting here if you're Walker. The bunt is always a possibility. This wouldn't really be a sacrifice bunt situation because you probably want to play for more than 1 run if you're Algona, but Walker could certainly bunt for a hit and try to really set the table for the top of the Bulldog order. And Schucher will be run for by Thomas Zabka. Zabka will run and head to first base. And Algona has their leadoff man aboard in the 5th inning. The opportunities have continued against Busick. Algona had second and third in the first inning of 2 outs. They didn't score. They put a man at second base in the second inning. They didn't score. Had a man at second base in the third inning. Didn't score that inning. And then had a man at third base in the fourth. And an attempted sacrifice fly turned into a double play. Bulldogs didn't score that inning either. The motion and the pitch, and it's a bunt by Walker. He bloops in foul territory, and it's just out of the reach of Hansen. He got a little air underneath that one, which is not what you want, but it dropped quickly enough that Hansen couldn't get to it, and the count 0-1. Now, it's not a ton of men left on base for Algona, but it's just the fact that everyone they've left on base so far today has been in scoring position. 4 runners left in scoring position, plus a man thrown out at home plate trying to tag up on a sacrifice fly. As Zabka has a medium-sized lead at first base, held on by Grote. Busick stretch on the pitch, bunt by Walker first base side, and that one's going to curve foul. And Walker knew it too as he carried the bat halfway down to first base. Busick jammed him in on the hands that time, just a tough pitch to bunt. And now Walker's going to have to swing for it, down at 0-2 in the count. Elsbecker on deck and Slagle in the hole for Algona. You would optimally like Slagle to come up to the plate with at least 2 guys on base, if not more if you're the Bulldogs, and a chance to change this game with one swing of the bat. Busick, the stretch, and the 0-2 pitch. Walker fights that one off back over the screen, and will do it again with an 0-2 count. It has been a weird radar tonight. As you folks can probably tell by my trepidation in my voice, I've been monitoring it all throughout the night. There have been blobs all over our area. Towns to the south and to the east and to the west of us, but it's missed us here in Humboldt, as that pitch is a knee buckler strike free from Busick. Boy, did he freeze Walker that time, and Busick has 7 Ks so far today. Bulldogs have out number 1 of the inning as Walker was unable to get the bunt down in fair territory. Dawson Elsbecker now bats. Big game 1 as he went 3 for 4. Game 2, 0 for 2 with a fly out to center field and a strikeout against Busick. Zabka continues a medium lead at first base. Elsbecker watches as that pitch is a fastball up and away for a ball. 1-0 count. Algona with 8 outs to work with as they trail Humboldt 2-0. Algona was very happy to win the conference last year, of course, but they really wanted that undefeated NCC season as that pitch is up and in for a ball. 2-0 count. Algona last year finished 13-1 in conference play. They lost a late season game against Clear Lake that prevented a perfect conference record, even though Algona was 3 games ahead of the next closest team in the conference, Humboldt. They would sure like that perfect conference record this year, though. 2-0 pitch. Mighty cut in the miss by Elsbecker. Got right after that 2-0 offering, but came up dry as the count goes to 2-1. After tonight, the Bulldogs play last place St. Ed's. That's 1 week from tonight, and their final conference doubleheader of the season. After that, it's just non-conference games. Up and in for a ball, 3-1 count. So obviously, you have to play every game, of course. Humboldt could tell you that as much as anyone with their loss to Hampton Macau earlier this season, but it does feel like the biggest obstacle to the Bulldogs running the table in the North Central Conference is in front of them right now in this very moment. 3-1 count on Elsbecker as Busick has fallen behind. The motion and the pitch. Up and in for ball 4. So uncharacteristically, Busick has walked 2 batters, and he has cracked the door open for Algona. As heading out to the mound will be Hansen, the catcher. The last thing he wanted to do is walk 2 guys ahead of Tate Slagle, now tied for the North Central Conference lead in home runs. Slagle today with a single and a strikeout in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Back in Game 1, Slagle finished 2 for 3. He walked, hit into a fielder's choice, and hit an RBI double in each of his final 2 at-bats. And the nice thing about those RBI doubles is Slagle didn't try to do too much. It was an opposite field approach. So we'll see what he can do here against Busick. These two have seen each other so many times throughout the years. It is senior on senior, all-conference player on all-conference player right now. Busick's pitch. He goes breaking ball first offering, and it grazes the inside corner as Slagle glimpses back to the home plate umpire for strike 1. Busick's going to be very fine here to Slagle, especially after getting that first pitch over. He's going to work the paint. He looks at Zabka at second base. 2-1 pitch, and Slagle hits a straight-up pop-up. That one's going to stay in play, and it's an infield fly being called for right now as Humboldt will let the ball drop. The Bulldog runners will wisely not advance. Infield fly was called. Some of the crowd is yelling for the runners to go, but that's a smart play by the Bulldog runners as Slagle is retired on the infield fly. Well, he had the pitch he wanted to attack, but just got underneath it. And now Aiden Ulrich, it's been his night so far. He's pitched great in this game. He just hasn't gotten the run support. And there's no better way to get run support than to do it yourself. Zabka at second base, Ellsbecker at first. Now 2 outs for Ulrich. First pitch drilled him. Ulrich hit on the backside, and the Bulldogs have the bases loaded. Busick has loaded the bases on free passes, essentially, although that pass to Ulrich wasn't free. It'll result in a black and blue bruise by tomorrow morning. A bruise, maybe a similar color to the Humboldt uniforms tonight, as now it's Aiden Engel with the bases loaded. Well, Busick cannot afford any more walks now. He walked Engel once today, and he also struck out Engel. 0 for 1. Big situation here for Algona. Engel 1 for 3 in the first game of the doubleheader. Had a double during that big 5-run fourth in the Algona 11-0 win. And Busick goes off-speed pitch for a called strike, 0-1. He's going off-speed pretty frequently here on the first pitch. Third time for the batting order against Algona. He really does not want the Bulldog hitters jumping on that first pitch fastball. Busick, hands just above the belt, kicks and brings the 0-1, and he sailed the fastball up high for a ball, 1-1 count. That's called pitching backwards. He is using his breaking ball to set up his fastball, and believe it or not, it's been his breaking ball. It's been the more accurate pitch this inning. We'll see what he decides here in the 1-1 count as Weir's on deck. Bases are full of Bulldogs with 2 outs in the 5th. Pitch to Engel, and he checked his swing. Did he go? And they say he did. The first base umpire says swing, and the count now 1-2 on Engel, who couldn't hold back from a pitch that was down and away in the dirt. Zabka at third base, Ellsbecker at second, Ulrich at first, and Bulldogs in danger of wasting another golden opportunity against Busick. Busick for the stretch. The 1-2 pitch. Up and away on the fastball. He couldn't get Engel to expand the zone, and the count evens, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Davis in center field, slightly played towards left center. The rest of the outfield, normal depth and straight up for Engel, the right-handed hitting junior for Algona. Engel standing like a statue in the box right now. He's been waiting for that Busick pitch ever since that ball was returned back to the pitching mound. Here's the 2-2 offering. Swing and a miss for strike 3. That pitch was in the dirt. Hansen steps on home plate, and a strikeout is completed. Engel went fishing for the curveball, and the inning is over. Once again, the Bulldogs miss a scoring opportunity. They leave the bases loaded, and the 2 walks and the hit by pitch do not come back to bite Isaiah Busick. It's Humboldt 2 and Algona 0. We move to the 6th on Home Country Radio KLGZ 98.5 FM and AM 1600.
When you need cash on the go, there's no need to pay a surcharge fee with MoneyPass. Iowa State Bank is proud to be part of the MoneyPass network of surcharge-free ATMs found nationwide. Look for the green and blue MoneyPass symbol on over 32,000 ATMs across the nation. Or find an ATM near your vacation spot or travel destination at moneypass.com. MoneyPass, another way that Iowa State Bank helps people succeed. Member FDIC.
Thank you to these sports club members bringing you this game on Hometown Home Country Radio.
CB Grain Solutions, satisfaction guaranteed.
Dump It, Kasuth County's local and reliable waste service provider for commercial and residential customers.
Albert Electric, flip the switch to Albert Electric.
Billy Offerman, your State Farm agent in Algona. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Greg Penning and Company, certified public accountants where everyone counts.
Daylight Donuts, open early with delicious donuts and great coffee.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
We welcome you back to Humboldt High School on Home Country Radio KLGZ 98.5 FM and AM 1600. As right now the Wildcats with a 2-0 lead over the Algona Bulldogs, and Algona has no one to blame but themselves for that. One of the 2 runs unearned, and Bulldog left on base numbers are starting to pile up. First pitch swinging, that ball smacked in the air towards center field. Ellsbecker trekking it backwards, and he will get underneath it for out number 1 of the inning as Griffin Grote retired on the fly out to center field. Aiden Ulrich's pitched well enough to win tonight. Just a couple of blemishes on his record. The only earned run was a solo home run by Valley Davis. He gave up an unearned run in the 5th when the Bulldogs made an error, and then a play that wasn't an error but should have been made to open up the door for that Humboldt inning. Keegan Grote 0 for 2 in this game 2 of the doubleheader as Ulrich sails the fastball upstairs for a ball, 1-0 count. Couple other scores around our area going final. Bishop Garrigan knocked off Eagle Grove tonight 8-2. Garner Hafer Ventura topped Belmont Clemmy 18-7, as that pitch will be ball 2, 2-0 count on the number 5 hitter for the Humboldt Wildcats. Iowa Falls, Alden, and Clarion Goldfield Dow's playing a doubleheader tonight. Iowa Falls, Alden winning that first game 7-2 in North Central Conference baseball action. The windup and the 2-0 pitch. And that one just missed for Ulrich. Count goes 3 balls and no strikes. It's Humboldt 2 and Algona nothing. Wildcats 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th. Bulldogs took the first game of this doubleheader, 11-zip. As Ulrich with the windup and the 3-0 pitch. And he pours that one over for a called strike. 3-1 on Keegan Grote. Cohen Manson on deck. And Chase Hansen in the hole for Humboldt. Wildcat half of the 6th inning right now as the Bulldogs have just 6 outs to work with offensively. Ulrich trying to keep it 2-0. But he missed upstairs on the fastball, and Humboldt has a 1-out base runner as Grote draws the walk. Not a lot of walks tonight for Aiden Ulrich, as he has 2 free passes tonight. Came into today with just 4 on the season. It is amazing, when you watched Tate Slagle and Aiden Ulrich early in their career, it's hard to believe that those would both be excellent control pitchers and even elite control pitchers late in their career to go along with the good stuff, but their control has gotten better all throughout their career, and now they are reliable strike throwers, although Ulrich with a ball in that last one, and now he comes down and in, and he hits the next batter, Cohen Matson. That first pitch hit Matson, and right as I'm talking about the strikes that Aiden Ulrich throws, he puts runners at first and second base. It's always hard the longer in the game you go. We saw Busick for Humboldt really labor a bit in that 5th inning of 2 walks and hit by pitch, but he worked around it. And now Aiden Ulrich will try to do the same thing as Coach Chad Slagle goes out to the mound. Humboldt does have a right-hander warming in the bullpen, and like I said, I've not been able to keep an accurate pitch count yet. There's just so much going on here between running the scoreboard on the video stream and keeping the book and calling the game, but the good news for Algona is you at least forced Busick to throw a lot of pitches in the 5th inning, and you're hoping he's getting close to 110 because Algona, they've had opportunities against him tonight, but they haven't been able to solve him and get that big hit. You're hoping that you can get him out of the game before it's over and try your luck against a different Humboldt pitcher just because, I mean, Busick is their ace. He's their best pitcher, one of the best pitchers in the NCC. You'd like your odds against just about anyone besides him. Not that the Bulldogs can't rally against Busick, but it is always easier when you get the opposing team's ace out of the game. Baseball 101 right there. Humboldt was not able to get Tate Slagle out of the game in Game 1 of this doubleheader. Thus far, Aiden Ulrich working well here in Game 2, but in a little jam with 2 on and 1 out as Chase Hansen awaits the first offering. And that one is just above the letters for a ball, 1-0 count. Avion Sutterfield on deck for Humboldt. And Algona quickly working themselves into a jam here at the top of the 6th. Aishin plays behind the runner at second base. Bulldogs try to pick him off, but Grote dives back in safely. Nothing doing there on that check of the runner. And a 1-0 count on the batter, Hansen, as the outfield plays around slightly towards left center field. Algona trying to make it an all-Bulldog night here in Humboldt, as the Algona softball team won their game against Humboldt earlier today, completing the season sweep over the Wildcats. 1-0 pitch at the knees for a called strike. Count will even at 1-1. Reagan Haynes homering once again for the Algona softball team today in a blowout win over the Humboldt Wildcats. Spoiling what was a big crowd night. A lot of fans packing into the softball game and then migrating over to the baseball game once that wrapped up. Pitch by Ulrich. That one's in the zone, right at the knees for a called strike. Count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. That varsity softball game being moved up to a 5:30 start time. They went varsity first tonight just in case it rained, but knocking on wood here, Mother Nature, not trying to tempt you. It has not rained up to this point. Ulrich's 1-2 pitch to Hansen. Just missed. Maybe a bit inside. That one looked like it was at the knees. But he moved that pitch in just a bit as the count evens. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hansen with a decisive eye at home plate. Ulrich holds with the hands of the belt. Looks towards the runner at second base. He kicks and he pitches. Called strike 3. Got him on the fastball. And Aiden Ulrich with a big punch out there. Out number 2 of the inning as Hansen is put down. Avion Sutterfield will bat. Sutterfield is over 2 of 2 strikeouts in this ball game. Speaking of Ks, that was number 7 by Aiden Ulrich tonight for Algona. 2 big runners out there on base right now for Humboldt. It's the number 8 hitter Sutterfield trying to bring them in. 2 out, 2 on. 2-0 Wildcats in the top of the 6th inning, leading Algona. Sutterfield, big cut and the miss. Ulrich put that first offering as the fastball right across the letters, and Sutterfield couldn't catch up to it. 0-1. Chase Flaherty, who is 2 for 2 tonight in the on-deck circle. As Ulrich tries to just not mess with him and puts Sutterfield away. The 0-1 pitch. Sutterfield with another healthy cut and a miss. He is not getting cheated against Aiden Ulrich, but the count goes to no balls and 2 strikes. Bulldogs have Weir, Eischen, and Mason Ulrich scheduled to hit in their half of the 6th inning. Aiden Ulrich trying to put a 0 on the board. The 0-2 pitch. Fouled back. That one had a lot of the play there. Sutterfield would like another crack at that one. Fouled it back, though, and the count goes to 0-2. Trying to time up Aiden Ulrich. Sutterfield went 0 for 2 in the first game of this doubleheader. 0 for 2 in the second. He has struck out 4 times tonight. The check of second, and the 0-2 pitch. Popped high in the air, third base side. That one's going to stay in play. Weir and Slagle. Slagle calling for it, and he makes the grab. The Algona catcher grabs the foul pop-up, and the inning is over. Threat is averted. The score stays 2-0 in favor of Humboldt. We move to the bottom of the 6th on Home Country Radio KLGZ and at the Algona Radio YouTube live stream.
When you need cash on the go, there's no need to pay a surcharge fee with MoneyPass. Iowa State Bank is proud to be part of the MoneyPass network of surcharge-free ATMs found nationwide. Look for the green and blue MoneyPass symbol on over 32,000 ATMs across the nation. Or find an ATM near your vacation spot or travel destination at moneypass.com. MoneyPass, another way that Iowa State Bank helps people succeed. Member FDIC.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio. Brought to you by these fine sports club members.
American Glass. For all your glass needs, think American.
Farm Bureau Financial Agents Dave Beisch, Daniel Foth, and Michael Tull.
Chemco Tires. They're all you need to know about tires and service.
Wykert Realtors, the 515 Agency. A fresh approach to real estate.
Grassmasters. Growing satisfied customers.
Iowa Lakes Community College. Your community, your college.
Glenn's Green Thumb. From a small seed, something beautiful will grow.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
Five, 6, and 7 in the Algona batting order. Bottom of the 6th as Algona tries to find a way to break through against Isaiah Busick. It's Humboldt 2 and Algona nothing. Ryan Weir, the batter right now, as Weir takes a nasty breaking ball for a called strike. That one started at about Weir's hip and then dropped over the lower inside part of the plate for strike 1. Weir double to right field this last time up. He's 1 for 2. One of just 3 hits by the Bulldogs in Game 2 of this doubleheader after an offensive outburst in Game 1. Weir with a cut and a miss, and the count is 0-2. Algona had 11 runs on 14 hits in Game 1 of this doubleheader, but Isaiah Busick showing why he is one of the best pitchers in the North Central Conference, limiting Algona to no runs on 3 hits in Game 2. 0-2 pitch, tapped foul behind home plate, and we'll do it again if an 0-2 count. Some threatening-looking skies above us here in Humboldt. It is borderline miraculous that it hasn't rained here tonight at any point in this doubleheader, with the blotches on the radar appearing all around Humboldt, but not in Humboldt. As the 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss for strike 3. He put Ryan Weir away, and Busick puts another K on the board as the Wildcats record the first out of the inning. That is 9 Ks by Busick today as Jackson Eischen hit by a pitch and hitting to a fielder's choice in Game 2 of this doubleheader up to the plate. Algona needs 1 man to reach to get Tate Slagle to the plate in the 7th. If you get a second man to reach, Aiden Ulrich also gets the bat. So that means 6, 7, 8, 9. And then number 1 in the batting order. One of those guys has to come through and get on base against Busick if you want your 2 middle-of-the-order primetime seniors to bat. 1-1 count right now against Eischen. That pitch to the backstop. Count goes to 2-1. This inning, Jackson Eischen and Mason Ulrich are guaranteed the bat. Then 8, 9, and 1 are guaranteed the bat next inning, even if they all go 1, 2, 3. So someone has to reach for Slagle and Ulrich to get up later in this game. The 2-1 pitch. Eischen with a sky-high pop, middle of the infield. Busick taking charge of the plays. He barely has to leave the mound and makes the catch for out number 2 of the inning. After the Bulldogs loaded the bases in the 5th, they've gone down very quietly here in the 6th. 2 up and 2 down. Humboldt still leading 2-0. And Mason Ulrich, who is 0 for 2, coming up to the plate. Well, you had a feeling this was going to be a pitcher's duel. Aiden Ulrich and Isaiah Busick going at it here tonight. And this has been exactly as advertised. Busick from the stretch. His pitch is a nasty bender that's over the plate for a called strike, 0-1. That first pitch breaking ball by Busick has been money here in the later innings. Busick brings the 0-1 pitch. He went fastball down and away for a ball, 1-1 count. If I'm noticing that, the Bulldog hitters are noticing it, that he's going first pitch breaking ball and second pitch fastball, but they still really haven't done anything against it. The 1-1 pitch popped high in the air, foul territory, but that one is going to get out of play first base side as everyone goes scattering out of the way in the bleachers. Look out. There was zero attempt made to grab that foul pop-up. Coach Firm for Humboldt's going to go have to talk to his home fans. I'm going to need a little better effort than that on the foul pop-up, folks. 1-2 count on Mason Ulrich right now. Nobody on base, and Algona down 2-0 against Humboldt in the Battle of Highway 169. Busick's 1-2, and he slipped off the mound, but Ulrich swung and missed anyways. Ulrich knew he chased one. That almost hit him as Busick laughs and he smiles. That's K number 10 for Busick, as he literally was falling off the mound as he made that pitch, but it worked out, and it's been that kind of night for the Humboldt senior. It is Humboldt 2 and Algona 0. 7th inning coming up next on KLGZ Home Country Radio.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
AK's Chrome Kitchen. When you come in, your family.
Farmers State Bank is proud to be part of our community. Offices in Algona, Whittemore, and West Bend.
Stroman Dental, giving you something to smile about.
Phil's Auto and Truck Repair. Service is the difference.
Trend Salon, your complete family hair salon. It's all about you.
Oakcrest Funeral Services, celebrating a life lived.
All bringing you this game on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
Where you bank matters. Hi, I'm Sherry Bankin at Security State Bank, and we're relationship bankers. We get to know our customers and understand their financial needs. We're locally owned and operated, which means family, community, and service always comes first. So come to Security State Bank. We'll treat you like family. Security State Bank in Algona, Burt, and Laverne. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Security State Bank.
Top of the 7th inning in Humboldt. The Wildcats leading the Algona Bulldogs 2-0. Because it's game 2 of the doubleheader, Humboldt is the road team, as they'll have 9-1 and 2 in the batting order of Chase Flaherty, Mason Van Pelt, and Isaiah Busick, as Flaherty is 2 for 2 tonight against Aiden Ulrich. Pitch to Flaherty, and he waves and misses for a strike, 0-1. So because of this, of course, we're all getting used to the doubleheaders being implemented in the North Central Conference. There's the unique situation where Algona could potentially get a walk-off on a visiting field here tonight, as Flaherty way out in front fouls it off third base side, and the count 0-2 on the Humboldt number 9 hitter. But first, Aiden Ulrich will try to prevent any insurance runs from being scored. It is 2-0 Humboldt with 1 run in the 4th and 1 in the 5th. Only one of those runs was earned. Valley Davis had the solo home run, and then later on, Humboldt got a sacrifice fly from Mason Van Pelt, and that's been it for the scoring in game 2. As the windup and the 0-2 pitch, that one is tomahawked foul third base side, as that was a high pitch about eye level, but Flaherty got on top of it and fouled it off, as the count still 0-2. The only reason Mason Van Pelt had an opportunity to hit that sacrifice fly, though, is because Algona first committed an error in the field, then misplayed a bunt where they were unsure of who should cover first base, which opened the door for Humboldt to add that second run, which looks very, very big right now. You would be feeling a lot different about a 1-0 game than a 2-0 game if you're a Bulldog fan of the way Isaiah Busick has thrown tonight. 1-2 count from Ulrich. The senior's next pitch. That one is golfed in the air, shallow left center field. This one's out in no man's land, but Eischen, the shortstop, gets out and makes the catch as the hat goes tumbling off his head. Chase Flaherty retired on that shallow pop-up into left, and he almost put that one into the Bermuda Triangle. Instead, it's out number 1 of the inning as Mason Van Pelt, who sacrificed flied his last time up, comes to the plate. Van Pelt has also struck out and hit into a fielder's choice to the first baseman, as he is 0-2 in game 2 of the doubleheader. A little bit of a cooler breeze still blowing out towards right field as Ulrich goes off speed, and he puts it in there for a called strike, 0-1. Part of the reason why it's such a treat to watch these two pitchers of Ulrich and Busick go at it tonight. They are really good at getting that first pitch breaking ball over, as that ball is flied high in the air towards right center field. Levi Walker cruising to the ball, Dawson Elsbecker calling him off, and the center fielder makes the catch in right center field, and Humboldt goes 2 up, 2 down to start the 7th inning. Isaiah Busick, the batter for Humboldt. He is over 2 with a walk. That walk was his first time on base in these 2 games of the doubleheader. It was an offensive outage for Humboldt in game 1 against Tate Slagle, who only allowed 1 hit in his 5 innings pitched. That 11-0 Algona win. It hasn't been a ton better here in game 2, but Busick has thrown shutout ball as he fouls that pitch off behind home plate. 0-1 on the Humboldt senior. Valley Davis waits on deck. Davis did not hit this new scoreboard here in Humboldt with a home run as Ulrich did in game 1, but he still homered out to right field earlier in this ball game. Here in game 2, Aiden Ulrich winds and fires, and he missed up and away to Busick as the count evens, 1 ball and 1 strike. Algona in the bottom of the 7th inning will have Brooks Kuhlman, Levi Walker, and Dawson Ellsbecker scheduled to hit. The wind and the 1-1 pitch. Busick takes, and he laid off that breaking ball downstairs. That is a tough one to lay off of, but it starts at the knees, it dips below the zone, and Busick was able to spit on that offering to make it 2-1. You need 1 guy to get on base to get to Tate Slagle in the Bulldog half of the inning, and 2 guys to get on base for Ulrich to bat. Here's the windup and the 2-1 pitch. Inside of Busick, it nearly hit him on the fastball, and Busick works ahead for 3-1. Well, Busick is a power threat. He's homered twice this season. His on-base percentage, .500. And if he gets a pitch he likes, he could potentially turn on one and try to make it a 3-0 game. Humboldt 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 error. Algona no runs, 3 hits, 1 error. And you've got to be very smart here to Busick on the 3-1 pitch. Breaking ball popped foul behind home plate. That'll do the trick. It's been a steady diet of inside breaking balls to Busick, who looked uncomfortable against that early in the game and in the first game of the doubleheader. Here in his past couple of bats, he's looked a little more comfortable against that inside breaking ball and had some much better swings, but could only foul that off. Now he chokes up with a 3-2 count. Ulrich into the motion, and the payoff pitch. Ground ball towards third base, takes a hop into the chest of Weir, fields it cleanly, throws to first, in time for the out, and Humboldt goes down 1-2-3 in the 7th inning. Does Algona have a little late inning magic left inside of them? We will find out next. It's Humboldt 2 and Algona nothing. Moving to the bottom of the 7th on Home Country Radio, 98.5 FM at AM 1600.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
Signworks Inc. For all your signage needs and printed apparel, stop in or call 295-9544.
New Way K&H Co-op, delivering exceptional value through knowledge and innovation.
West Bend Ford, meeting your service, new and used vehicle needs.
Tom Eischen Sales, your store in the country, carrying steel and Toro products and Green Mountain pellet grills.
PMC Advantage Insurance Services, insuring our neighbors for over 80 years.
All sponsors of this game broadcast. High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
American Glass. For all your glass needs, think American.
Farm Bureau Financial Agents Dave Beisch, Daniel Foth, and Michael Tull.
Chemco Tires. They're all you need to know about tires and service.
Wykert Realtors, the 515 Agency, a fresh approach to real estate.
Grassmasters. Growing satisfied customers.
Iowa Lakes Community College, your community, your college.
Glenn's Green Thumb. From a small seed, something beautiful will grow.
All bringing you this game on the radio.
As we come back to Humboldt High School, that is it for Isaiah Busick. He has hit his pitch count limit for the night, and Humboldt has gone to a new pitcher to try to close this one out over Algona. But what a night it was for Busick as he throws a gem in this one, going 6 shutout innings against the Bulldogs, and now Kyler Sirks will take over for the Wildcats. Busick shutout ball tonight as he struck out 10 Bulldog batters, including 2 of the final 3 that he faced, and he was very much in control tonight as well. He only walked 3 batters, and 2 of those 3 were in the same inning when he worked out of a bases-loaded jam. Algona's left 7 runners on base so far in this ball game. They've had runners in scoring position every inning besides the 6th when they went down 1-2-3. But now Kyler Sirks takes over. Sirks, the senior right-hander for Humboldt, has pitched in 7 games. He has 2 starts. He does have 1 save on the season. 3 wins and 1 loss for Sirks. 19 innings pitched and a 1.47 ERA. Sirks with 21 strikeouts compared to 9 walks, and opponents batting 197 against him. Humboldt's as a team has a 2.79 ERA, and Sirks a big part of that. The second best ERA in the conference behind only Algona, as Bulldogs will send Tate Garman to the plate to pinch hit for Brooks Kuhlman. Tate Garman had a big game 1 for Algona, as he was able to deliver a double, a single, and 2 runs driven in, 2 for 4 at the plate. So he'll lead things off in the 7th, as that pitch will miss for ball 1 from Sirks. So now you have to adjust to the speed. Sirks, not as hard of a thrower as Busick, but the Bulldogs haven't really seen what kind of breaking stuff he has or how he mixes his pitches, as Sirks works on the windup and brings the 1-0 pitch. Garmin with a cut and the miss. Letter high fastball, the count evens 1-1. Sirks wears the blue arm sleeve on his right arm and works from the windup as Humboldt plays towards left center field for Garmin, who will be followed by Walker and Elsbecker, unless the Bulldogs elect to pinch hit for Walker, which it appears they will. 1-1 pitch is down on the dirt for a ball. 2-1 count. Foster Myrie right now is standing in the on-deck circle if no change in that decision is made. Algona does have a walk-off earlier this year as they rallied to beat Clear Lake. They were down 3-1 going into the 7th in that game as Garmin takes, and there's a called strike. Count evens, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And that game was very similar because the starting pitcher for Clear Lake left after 6 innings, and their closer came on in the 7th, but blew the save against Algona as Ryan Weir had the walk-off base hit in that game. 2-2 pitch, up and in as that nearly hit the head of Garmin. It was a breaking ball that he spun out of the way of. The breaker didn't break, and the count 3-2 as Garmin double checks the home plate umpire to make sure the count is indeed 3 balls and 2 strikes. That'll wake you up. Here is Sirks with the 3-2 pitch. Garmin a little bouncer towards first base. It is fielded by Grote. It's a race to the bag, but he'll get there in plenty of time to beat Garmin. And Garmin retired, 3 unassisted in your scorebook. Bulldogs down to their final 2 outs. Kyler Sirks gets the first out of the inning, and the pinch hitter will come to the plate for Algona, Foster Myrie. Myrie's gotten plenty of starts for the Bulldogs this season at designated hitter. He has 5 hits and 22 at-bats. He has 6 strikeouts, and he has walked 5 times, and he'll try to get something started here against Kyler Sirks. Dawson Elsbecker on deck, and like I said, you have to get 1 guy on base to get to Tate Slagle as Myrie cuts on the first pitch and taps it foul at home plate. Foul it off himself in the batter's box, and it's 0-1. That's a good first offering from Myrie, or from Sirks, that is. Low outside part of the strike zone where Myrie can't really do much to that besides spray it to the opposite field. Tried to pull it, but just fouled it off his foot as the count's 0-1. Sirks winds and delivers. Skips in the dirt for a ball, and the count is even. 1 ball and 1 strike. The wind has calmed down here as the game's gone on. Still a slight breeze blowing out to right field as Humboldt tries to salvage a doubleheader split from Algona. 1-1 count. Wind and the pitch. Up at eye level for a ball. 2-1 count. Algona has clinched at least a share of the North Central Conference title. They did that by winning Game 1, but with a win here in Game 2, they would clinch the outright conference title and keep the hopes of a perfect conference schedule alive. Myrie watching, and that one's in there for a strike. 2-2 count. Myrie awaiting the 2-2 pitch from Sirks. The Humboldt senior winds and delivers. And Myrie lines that one in the air towards center field, right towards Davis, though, who barely has to move to make the catch. And the Bulldogs are down to their last out. It's 2-0 Humboldt. 2 outs, 7th inning, and Dawson Elsbecker will be the batter. It's been a long time since the Bulldogs have had a base runner, as the Humboldt pitchers have combined to retire 6 straight Bulldog batters. Aiden Ulrich was the last one to get on base as he was hit by a pitch in the 5th inning. That loaded the bases, but the Bulldogs let that opportunity go by the wayside. They've had a runner in scoring position every inning besides the 6th, but they haven't been able to pay it off, trailing 2-0. Pitch to Elsbecker, down and away for a ball. Tried to go off speed there, but Elsbecker didn't chase it as the count is 1-0. Davis playing Elsbecker towards left center field. Infield at normal depth. The 1-0 pitch. Elsbecker flies that one in the air left center field. Running over is Grote. Grote gets the ball, and he makes the grab in left center field. And Humboldt wins Game 2 behind a dominant pitching performance. Sirks will get the save, and it's a gem tonight by Isaiah Busick. He locks down the Algona Bulldogs, and Humboldt will split the doubleheader. Final score in this one, 2-0, as the Bulldogs win Game 1, 11-zip. Humboldt wins Game 2, 2-0, and these teams will come out of here for a split in the Battle of Highway 169. We'll step aside for a timeout and get you the final stats after this on KLGZ 98.5 FM and AM 1600.
For over 40 years, Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports surgeons have maintained one mission: to provide excellence in orthopedic care. Their team of 9 physicians offers specialized care in everything from arthroscopic same-day surgery to joint replacement, as well as hand and foot surgery, and have an orthopedic surgeon on call 24/7. Healthcare isn't about appointments, it's about taking care of people, and that's their specialty. Visit Northwest Iowa Bone, Joint, and Sports Surgeons on the web at nwiabone.com.
High school sports on Hometown and Home Country Radio, brought to you by these fine sports club members.
Central Financial Group, where you belong.
Down to Earth Tree Service, your local Algona tree service.
Styles Salon, your salon in Algona. Create yourself.
Farm and Home Services, view their listings at farmhomeservices.com.
Holmes Animal Clinic, animals large and small, they love them all.
Dance Connection and Tumbling by Michelle, passionate about teaching, creative about dance. Visit their studio or danceconnectionbymichelle.com.
All bringing you this ball game.
We've got more sports club members making this broadcast possible on Hometown and Home Country Radio.
TAFE Wellness Center in Algona and Armstrong, keeping athletes in the game with chiropractic care. Take charge of your health.
Lichter's Garage Door Service and new installations. A reputation you can trust. Call 515-295-5988.
Ed Service Station, service you can trust.
J&J Custom Meats, continuing the traditions in Whittemore.
Ulrich Construction, let them do the work.
Sports club members bringing you this game.
It's going to be a doubleheader split today in the Battle of Highway 169. Algona wins Game 1 against Humboldt 11-0, but Humboldt, with their revenge in Game 2, they shut out the Bulldogs 2-0 behind a gem from Isaiah Busick and the save by Kyler Sirks. Looking at our final stats for Game 2 of this doubleheader, it was a pitching duel all the way around. Your final stat line looked like this. For Humboldt, it was 2 runs on 5 hits. They commit 1 error and leave 6 runners on base. For Algona, it was no runs on 3 hits. They commit 1 error and leave 7 runs on base. The loss, and a tough one to Aiden Ulrich. He pitched well enough to win this game, but he goes 7 innings tonight, gives up those 5 hits, allowed 2 runs, only 1 of which was earned. He walked 2 and he struck out 7, and just takes a tough luck loss on a night where the offense didn't get it going in Game 2 of this doubleheader. The win goes to Isaiah Busick, and he certainly earned the win for Humboldt as he shuts down the Bulldogs tonight. Busick throws 6 innings as he strikes out 10 batters, allows no runs on 3 hits, and he walked 3 batters as well. Got out of several jams in this ball game as the Bulldogs just never got the big hit off of Busick. Kyler Sirks comes on for his second save of the season as Sirks works a 1-2-3 7th inning, inducing a couple of flyouts and a groundout to win this one for Humboldt by a final count of 2-0. Not a lot of scoring to recap here in Game 2 of this doubleheader. The only scoring was Valley Davis with the solo home run in the 4th inning, and then it was a sacrifice fly by Mason Van Pelt in the 5th, accounting for Humboldt's final stats tonight in this 2-0 victory. That run in the 5th was unearned as the Bulldogs committed an error and then had a bunt play where they were confused about who should cover the base or who should be where, and that allowed another runner to reach on what wasn't an error but was a play that should have been made, and eventually Van Pelt would get the sacrifice fly that inning to add the insurance run and make it 2-0, but Wildcats wouldn't need it, and frankly, what a job by the pitching staff. They were able to retire the final 7 Bulldog batters of the game. If any one of those 7 guys reaches, Tate Slugel gets a chance to bat, and if 2 of those 7 guys reach, Aiden Ulrich gets a chance to bat again, but that big 2-3 in the Bulldog lineup that just never came to the plate again as Algona was set down 7 straight batters to end this ball game against Humboldt. So it's tough, some good things out of this night, obviously. Game 1, the Bulldog lineup looked fantastic, up and down production all around. 5 different players of 2 or more hits, and they win that Game 1 11-0 and clinch at least a share of the North Central Conference. But Game 2, you're hoping to keep that perfect conference record alive. You know you have to beat Humboldt's best to do it, but they just couldn't muster anything against Isaiah Busick. Algona had at least 1 runner in scoring position in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th innings, but it did not matter as Busick was able to strand all those runners. Algona left 7 on base, which isn't a massive number, but those were high leverage runners left on. Those weren't runners left on first base. Those are runners left on 2nd and 3rd, and situations where the Bulldogs could have scored but didn't. Probably the best opportunity was they had a runner on 3rd base with less than 2 outs. That was back in the 4th inning, but a sacrifice fly attempt would turn into the runner being thrown out at home plate, and that would be it for the Bulldogs' chances in this one, as they just can't break through against Humboldt and get that big hit. So Game 2 is going to be a game of missed opportunities for Algona. The good news for the Bulldogs is they are 11-1 in the North Central Conference. They've got 2 games left against St. Edmund as far as conference games are concerned. They've clinched at least a share of the North Central Conference title. Humboldt, they have a record now of 9-3 in the North Central Conference, and of course, In order for them to have a share of the conference title, they're hoping that St. Edmund beats Algona twice, and that Humboldt beats Clarion Goldfield Dow's twice as well in their final NCC doubleheader of the regular season. But in any case, Bulldogs control their own destiny. They would have obviously liked the sweep here tonight, but it's hard to go for the whole conference slate without having a single blemish. We saw earlier this season when Algona was down by 2 in the 7th against Clear Lake, and they rallied to win. You can slip up on any given night, and Humboldt would tell you the same thing of a couple of one-run losses in conference play prior to tonight. So you get out of here with the split, and Algona stays in control of the NCC as they need one win against St. Edmund 1 week from tonight in order to get the conference title outright, as they've already clinched a share of the league title. Coming up tomorrow night, we're going to head over to Mason City as we will see the Bishop Garrigan baseball team take on Newman Catholic, weather permitting. That game will get underway at 7:30 over on our sister station, KLGA 92.7. You can also view that game on the Algona Radio YouTube live stream. That will do it for tonight. Big thank you to everyone who tuned in, as well as to our many great sports club members and video streaming sponsors making this broadcast possible. This has been a sports production of Home Country Radio KLGZ and the Algona Radio YouTube stream. I'm Tyler Lance signing off. Once again, your final scores: Algona wins game number 1, 11-0. Humboldt wins game number 2, 2-0.